Welcome to Get Sleepy, where we listen, we relax, and we get sleepy. I'm your host, Thomas. Thanks for joining me for this special episode featuring several summary tales that will help you drift off to sleep, all of which I have read. Before we get to our stories, I just want to mention a brand new YouTube channel from the team here at Slumber Studios. It's called Snuggle, and it features cozy bedtime stories for kids, with many of the voices you'll already be familiar with from this show. Each story is paired with a sweet, relaxing video that kids will love if they enjoy following along visually while they listen. So check out the link in the description for this video, and please hit subscribe on our Snuggle YouTube channel to help us reach as many listeners as possible that need some help getting to sleep. Thank you all so much. So, let's prepare to listen to our extra long episode by getting comfortable and taking 1 or 2 extra long breaths. Find a position that feels cozy and supportive for your body. And when you're ready, close your eyes and draw in a nice deep breath. Then breathe back out just as slowly. One more time. Breathe in steadily and breathe it all the way back out. And now, let's begin our collection of lazy summer stories. You find yourself in a volcanic landscape covered with hot springs. Otherworldly beauty lies before you in every direction. Across the lava field is a lone building. This is the Color Spa. Beside it, there is only the beautiful, milky blue water, in stark contrast with the black lava fields. The water seems to stretch on forever. You're so happy to have the opportunity to visit this spa, and not just because of the surreal beauty of the landscape. This renowned spa houses a myriad of interesting rooms, each with unique experiences that you are eager to enjoy yourself. Within these walls, there's a harmony between colours and treatments, and all are designed with the senses in mind. You have heard of colour therapy, but never before in combination with spa services. The experience seemed too irresistible to pass up. So, here you are, walking on a cobblestone path towards the mahogany double doors that loom ahead. Above, a wrought iron sign welcomes you to the spa. Pulling on the decorative door handle, you leave the outside world and enter a spacious, circular room that is lined with cedar. The room seems to sparkle, The domed ceiling is adorned with an ornate pattern of colourful, precious stones, and the scent of lavender lingers in the air, immediately putting you at ease. You approach the reception desk directly ahead, where a woman sits. She's been expecting you, she says with a smile, as she beckons you to follow her. There's a small changing room, painted a cool ice blue, that instantly creates a serene atmosphere. Before she leaves, the woman gives you some instructions. She explains that when you're ready, you should go through the door to the right, and then follow the rooms that connect to one another. Each space offers a different wellness experience. This is the aim of the colour spa, she says with a smile. You can stay in each room for as long as you like. With that, the woman takes her leave. First, you remove your shoes and put on the slippers provided. Once you're in your bathing suit, you put on the robe that's been left for you. You take a moment to appreciate the subtle shade of blue of the walls, and your thoughts turn to colour therapy, also known as chromotherapy or colorology. You did some research before coming here to the spa and gained insight into beliefs about the relationship between colour and health. Dating back at least 2,000 years, colour therapy has existed across cultures in places such as ancient Greece, Egypt, and China. People used colour and light, usually in the form of sunlight, as well as plants, crystals, and paints, to improve people's moods and help to enable healing. You were interested to know more about light and colour, so you looked it up. When light hits a surface, some of it is reflected. Our brains interpret the wavelengths of the reflected light, and this results in the colours that we see. For example, a tomato absorbs all of the light on the visible spectrum of colours, all except red, that is. These rays of light reflect off the surface of the tomato, resulting in the colour red that our eyes pick up. Interestingly, some people believe that light and colour enter our bodies not only through our eyes, but through our skin as well. This is essentially the premise of colour therapy. It's believed by practitioners that both methods of entry lead to the activation of electric impulses in our bodies. This causes the release of certain chemicals and enzymes, ultimately affecting how we feel. After reading this, you reflected on how the world is bathed in colours. You might expect the practice of using colours as a form of healing to be more widespread. But surprisingly, this spa was one of only a few that you could find where the mood-changing effects of colours were combined with spa treatments. Many of the treatments you had not even heard of before, but they were ones you wanted to try. And now, as you stand in the changing room, you're keen to get started. So, you open the rich mahogany door connecting to the next room. Stepping over the threshold, you find yourself in a circular room with a domed ceiling, about twice the size of the changing room. Instantly, you recognize the room for what it is: a salt cave. The floor is covered with loose pink rocks, which match the pink Himalayan salt bricks that make up the walls. All of this gives the room an orange-pinkish hue. The tinge of orange creates a sense of warmth that you find comforting. And the pink salt rocks give the space a whimsical feel. It's as if you have stumbled upon a faraway cave in cliffs by the sea, completely untethered from normal, everyday life. The salt cave is dimly lit. There's a subdued, peaceful glow emitted by the salt lamps on the ground that encircles the space. The atmosphere is peaceful and serene. And despite the cool ambient temperature, you find the room to be comfortable. You take off your slippers and hold them in your hand. Walking barefoot towards one of the chairs in the middle of the room, you enjoy the sensation of the salt rocks beneath your feet. The rocks you walk on are a spa treatment in themselves, massaging the soles of your feet. It's as invigorating as it is pleasing. Then you put your slippers on the ground, lower yourself onto one of the chairs, and recline a little. There is a blanket folded over one of the chair's arms, which you drape over your body. The sound of trickling water reaches your ears. You glance around the room until your eyes land on the fountain. It's close to the door that leads to the next room, the one you have yet to go through. The trickle of water is a soothing sound, and you find your body relaxing even more. There is an unmistakable presence of salt in the air. You breathe it in deeply as you reflect on what you know of salt therapy or halotherapy. It's been practiced for hundreds of years, or maybe even thousands of years. Salt caves are found all across the world. And any time you visit a beach, you are experiencing a form of salt therapy. The many benefits of salt have long been recognized. It's thought to be anti-inflammatory as well as antibacterial. It's also believed that when your body comes into contact with salt particles in the atmosphere, more serotonin is released in your brain. This chemical is linked to feelings of calmness and happiness. And you must admit that it seems to be working. You are feeling better and better by the moment as you sit here and breathe in the salt-infused air. The experience gives you a heightened sense of being by the ocean, with the salt filling your nostrils and lungs and settling on your exposed skin. The salt cave is just as relaxing as being by the beach, but in a refreshingly different way. It's hard to put into words. Your thoughts turn to your breathing and the position of your body on the chair. The tension that you didn't even realize you had in your neck, shoulders, and back begins to loosen. Your entire body is feeling the benefits of this experience, from the salt, the sound of the fountain, and the total lack of distractions. It gives you time to just be. All that matters right now is being present, simply enjoying how relaxed you feel. It's almost your own kind of meditation, as your senses are opening up in this therapeutic environment. One thing is for sure, the serenity of the salt cave is helping to clear your mind. You could easily linger in this room, but not wanting to miss out on the other experiences that are waiting for you through the next door, you open your eyes. Peeling off the blanket, you fold it and leave it on the chair. Then you rise and plant your feet once more on the gritty surface of the pink floor. After putting on the slippers and taking one last look around the salt cave, you head towards the far door which leads to the next room. The salt rocks under your feet give way to smooth stone as you approach the door and turn the handle. You're crossing from one uniquely colored environment to the next. This room is the same shape as the previous one. It's lit by golden sconces hanging on the walls, which encircle the space. One of the first things you note is the color of the walls. A beautiful shade you once heard described as Aegean teal. The color is named after the Aegean Sea, which is part of the Mediterranean. The deep blue-green color is balanced. It's soothing and brings a sense of natural harmony to the space. This room is certainly another testament to the power of colour. It makes you feel calm and relaxed, as if you're floating in the lapping waves of the sea. The smell of seawater lingers in the air. You take off your slippers, seeing the pebbled surface of the floor. It just begs to be walked across with bare feet. As you make your way in, the smooth, almost polished feel of the small, loose pebbles is an absolute delight. It almost feels as if someone is rubbing the soles of your feet. Glancing down, you notice that most of the pebbles match the teal of the walls, while others are a pale grey, dusty red, beige, or even spotted. You wonder if they are river stones. The flickering light and the carpet of pebbles create an old-fashioned atmosphere, making you think of things like cobblestone streets and castles. It's almost as though you've stepped back in time. Looking around the room, you see that there is a shallow pool in the very centre. When you reach the edge of the pool, you shrug off your robe and place it next to your slippers on the ground. Peering into the water, you notice the natural dip of stone that disappears beneath the surface. It's a perfect fit for your body. There are small pebbles covering every square inch of the pool, and a pillow for your neck lying against the water's edge. Lowering yourself into the pebble-lined pool, you slide beneath the water until it reaches just below your chin. You enjoy the feel of the pebbles under your body and against your skin. The temperature of the water is just right. Not too hot and not too cold. The pebbles shift under you and massage your body in all the places that need it the most. A sigh escapes your lips as you recline your head back against the cushiony pillow. Looking up, you realize that the very middle of the ceiling is open to the blue sky. It's a shade that complements the Aegean teal, and you find yourself even more at ease in this room. You're not sure what this treatment is called, but it brings to mind the release of pressure points only with pebbles. The pebbles are more therapeutic than you could have imagined. It's a sensation that you are not likely to forget. Closing your eyes, you soak for a while. Soon, your body, and especially your neck, back, and legs, feel wonderful and much more relaxed. You decide it's time to visit the next room. Opening your eyes, You take in your fill of the colours around you, and you slowly climb out of the pool. There is a little pile of thick plush towels resting on a small table close to you. You take one and dry off before putting on your robe. Next, you slide on your slippers and make your way toward the door located on the far wall. Intrigued to see what awaits you in the next room, you turn the handle and step over the threshold. You enter a space with a shade of blue like a jewel. This room is also circular, and you guess that the remainder of the rooms will be similar in shape. The majority of the ceiling is open, so the sunlight spills into the room. You close the door behind you and step further inside, your head turning to take it all in. This room appears to be built around part of the landscape outside. There is a natural hot spring in its center, and the floor is a polished black, similar to the onyx-colored lava fields you saw before entering the spa. Both the walls and the water of the hot spring are a vivid aqua blue, with a barely noticeable touch of green. It reminds you distinctly of aqua aura quartz. In fact, the hot spring looks like a massive chunk of quartz, with the middle scooped out to accommodate the water. There is a ring of brown rock that encircles the blue water of the hot spring. It's the color of the earth. Gazing at the slightly transparent color of the blue-green pool, you consider the effect that light has on the water. It's the light that ultimately produces the gemstone hue. It interacts with various sediments in the water, resulting in this color and clarity. Blue and green are regarded as two of the most soothing colors. They are the colors most of us subconsciously look to when feeling stressed or in need of a healthy dose of calm. You stare at the dazzling blue of the water, balanced by the hint of green, and you think of all the times you felt calmer and more serene when you were outside looking up at the sky, or even at the trees and plants around you. Blue and green are the colors of nature, instilling a sense of peace and tranquility. And you must admit, you are already experiencing these effects, even though you've only just stepped inside the room. Being able to soak in the hot springs is one of the reasons you wanted to visit this spa. Delighted that the time has come, you take off your robe and slippers, leaving them in a pile on one of the small tables to your right. Padding over to the pool, you dip a toe in the water and find that the temperature is hot, like a steamy bath, just how you like it. You notice the scent of smoke and cedar embers in the air, which instantly reminds you of a campfire in the woods. It's a welcome smell, and you find yourself taking a slow, deep breath in. You wonder if the smell stems from the natural lava rock and earth. Then you lower your body into the warm embrace of the bubbling water. As you relax, you consider the origins of hot springs. When heated water pushes through the cracks in the Earth's surface, a hot spring forms. The groundwater that emerges is heated within the Earth's crust. The water either winds through shallow bodies of molten rock or circulates through faults to reach pieces of hot rock. It is fascinating to think of how nature gives us gifts like this. You can't help but think of a hot spring as nature's own kind of bubble bath. Soaking in one now, your whole body feels somewhat weightless. The heat of the water seeps into your skin and muscles, releasing more tension that you didn't even know was there. The hot water produces a gentle, tingling sensation on your skin. It must be from the high mineral content of the hot spring. The heated water can hold more dissolved solids, so a hot spring is like a multivitamin for the skin. And it feels like that now. Your skin is already becoming noticeably smoother and softer. The gurgle of the water around you is a lullaby to your ears. And from your neck down, your entire body is fully submerged in the heavenly swirl of the hot spring. Leaning back against the smooth surface of the rock, you close your eyes and let the heat work its magic. It seeps through your pores and loosens your muscles even more the longer you sit here. You're not sure how much time has passed, but eventually you open your eyes and decide it is time to move on to the next room. You're curious to see what else awaits you. You climb out of the hot spring and find a towel on the table next to the one with your belongings. After drying off, you let yourself cool down a bit before getting into your robe and putting the slippers back on. Then, with one last look at the hot spring, you head towards the next room and push open the door. This room is shaped like the others, but the walls are a dark green, making you think of a forest or the woods. The colour creates a soothing, comforting atmosphere, and you instantly find yourself relaxing. In the middle of the room lies some sort of futuristic white pod in the shape of a massive egg. It's tilted and open at the sides. As you walk closer to it, the lights in the room suddenly dim. The pod, which holds a kind of chair, begins to hum to life, emitting a soft blue glow. It's setting the scene for what will surely be a one-of-a-kind experience. This must be the sensory immersion chair, a state-of-the-art piece of equipment that combines all kinds of holistic and high-tech wellness practices. The inside of it looks so comfortable, you almost want to call it a bed. You take off your slippers and then carefully step into the pod. The second your back touches the chair, it rumbles and begins to recline. You can feel the individual cushions aligning with your body, and the beads inside have begun to massage you from the top of your head all the way to the tips of your toes. Slowly, the embedded panel of lights overhead changes from soft blue to a deeper indigo color. At the same time, something that sounds like white noise filters through the air. In fact, these are binaural beats, which can be used as a form of sound healing. This kind of therapy involves listening to two tones with slightly different frequencies in each ear. When the brain hears these two tones, it perceives a third one and begins to produce brain waves at the same rate. This audible form of healing is soothing to hear. It's believed to affect the brain, leading to relaxation and the melting away of stress. Sound healing is an ancient art. Different cultures throughout time have used the voice or instruments, such as gongs or tuning forks, to produce certain sounds. They're believed to affect the energy centers of the body, inducing states of harmony. You wonder if the chair is also a form of vibroacoustic therapy, which involves low-frequency vibrations passing into the body. Like sound therapy, it may help to bring the body into a healthy, relaxed state. As the chair massages your body and the unique soundtrack continues overhead, you discover that you are finding it difficult to worry about anything. It's like nothing in the world demands your attention right now, other than this experience. A moment later, the scent of lavender and eucalyptus greets your nose. It's cleansing and calming, and you breathe it in deeply. Essential oils have long been utilized in all kinds of holistic healing. When the scent molecules are inhaled, they travel directly to the brain, and they go to the amygdala, the part of the brain responsible for emotions. Right now, you are feeling a rush of positive emotions. Overhead, the indigo colors start to fade away as a deep coral red takes its place, bathing you in warmth. A tingling sensation washes over your skin. You could definitely get used to this. With everything combined, this chair is enveloping you in pure bliss. This is the last stop on your color therapy spa tour, and you consider it to be one of the highlights of this wonderful self-care experience. One you are sure to always remember. Each room has been unique, and each experience restorative. Your body feels renewed, and your mind rebooted. And for that, you are incredibly grateful. You almost don't want to leave. Maybe you'll sit here for just a moment longer, relaxing in the color spa. Sam and Alfie are twin brothers, but their personalities couldn't be more different. Sam is pensive and a daydreamer. He prefers the tranquil things in life. Alfie is spontaneous, energetic, always looking for the next adventure. Yet the brothers share a special passion. Both Sam and Alfie have one favorite thing in the world, and that is camping. Once a year, every summer, they pack up their camping gear and head off into the woods in the old mountains near the house where they grew up. And it is that time of year again. Early in the morning, the brothers meet at the train station in town and rent a car. It has been years since they lived in these parts. Before heading out, they decide to have breakfast at the cafe, where they used to come regularly when they were younger. The place hasn't changed. It still has the same squeaky red vinyl chairs, hissing coffee machine, and big delicious pies lined up on the counter, proudly displayed on domed glass cake stands. This morning, they have 3 kinds of pies: cherry, peach, and summer wildberry. Sam and Alfie take their seats by the large window, watching the morning mists which have descended from the mountains roll gently through town. The roads are empty, since most shops and businesses are still closed. Only the cafe is open, as it always is very early in the morning, to welcome visitors or to see off travelling locals. These days, Sam and Alfie are both visitors and locals in this town. In the distance, the mountains take on a dual blue tone, that of pale sapphire. But it's just a trick of the eye. Up there, the forests are verdant with wildflowers in every known colour, and when the sun shines brightly, a million iridescent sparks fill the air. The coffee is particularly good this morning. Simple, hot, and fragrant. Sam takes his with a dash of cream, while Alfie prefers it black. Unlike the places in the city where the brothers now live, there are no endless options or questions one has to answer before getting coffee. Here, a cup of coffee is the most straightforward, unassuming thing in life. As it should be, they both agree, realizing that, after all, they have more things in common than they usually expect to find. After breakfast, the brothers drive towards the mountains as far as the road will take them. Then they park the car at the bottom of the hill. From this point on, the only way is on foot. It's a sunny day, and the weather is perfect for a hike up to the lush forest above, where they hope to find a good spot to spend the weekend. The brothers look at each other and smile as they take their first steps along the narrow path, which has formed naturally over the years. Sam and Alfie know that for the next few days, it will be only them and the wild beauty of these untouched lands and boundless skies. It's a welcome change of pace from the usual busyness of life. In these parts, one of the most striking features is the changing face of their surroundings with each season. The path, which leads from the foot of the hill to the forest, is lined mostly with quaking aspen trees. In the summer, the lush greenness of those spindly trees is deep and rich, with the gentle warmth of the season. But later in the year, as autumn approaches, the leaves of the quaking aspen turn such a scintillating yellow that one can hardly believe it's the same tree. It's not a sudden change. It happens by degrees as summer fades into autumn. For Sam, this is what he loves most about the area: how nature takes its time to change, and how the changes follow some invisible, mysterious logic governed by the Earth's movement and its proximity to the sun. Returning here each year for his annual camping trip with his brother doesn't only feel like returning to the place where they grew up. Being here also feels like returning to some original source of life, where time stands still and a person is free to simply be part of nature. Alfie walks a little bit ahead of his brother along the trail. Noon is still a few hours away, and he is hoping to reach the old creek by then. Once the sun is high in the sky, it will get quite warm, and he won't be able to wait to get out of his dusty hiking clothes and cool himself off in the crystal clear waters of the creek. Perhaps he'll even do a little angling and see if the fish are biting today. His usual spot in the fork of the creek never disappoints. There, he has been known to catch some good, juicy rainbow trout and brook trout, even pike sometimes. Hopefully, Alfie thinks half aloud, that will take care of dinner for the evening. He thinks he can almost hear the rush of the water in the distance, calling to them. The brothers hike on, sometimes chatting, sometimes quietly walking, breathing in the fresh mountain air. A day like this is hard to beat, when the sky is brilliantly blue, the air is sweet and warm, and the song of wild birds cascades from the treetops. Here and there, they see a starling, a meadowlark, or a song sparrow flying among the wispy white clouds. The further they walk, the closer they feel to the mountains, the trees, and the animals that roam these hills and valleys. The creek is particularly clear today. Sometimes, if it rains upstream, the waters can turn a little muddy. But now, there isn't a cloud in the sky, and the rushing stream sparkles in the noon summer sun, casting off bursts of golden sparks each time the water rolls over a rock or branch. All along the banks of the creek, there are majestic river birches. Over time, exposed to the winds and the stream below, the trees have gently dipped towards the water. The crowns of each row of trees on both banks almost touch midway across the creek, creating a leafy canopy, shielding it from the hot sun above. The light falls in gentle streaks through the branches and leaves of the river birch trees, creating a soft atmosphere in this otherwise untouched part of the world, where nature is still free to be wild. Sam and Alfie decide that this is the perfect place to set up their tent for the weekend. Last year, they chose a spot down in the valley, in the heart of a glade surrounded by wildflowers and sugar maple trees. There, they saw a white-tailed deer and her young grazing near their tent. From here, they're more likely to spot the white-tailed deer coming to drink from the stream and cool off, or to see a busy beaver working on a dam. Whichever spot they choose in these woods, it always reveals a special part of nature and the natural order. As Alfie wades into the water to try his luck with the rainbow trout and pike, Sam watches in quiet wonder the visual harmony all around him. The trees, the creek, the tall grass, and the birds above all form a perfect picture, even though each is part of a world of its own. When he was a little boy, his favorite thing was to lie in the grass and watch the clouds roll by, trying to decide what shape each looked like. Now he lowers himself slowly onto the grass, which is a little wet and cool from the creek next to it, and looks up. The cool grass feels good against his hot skin after a long hike in the summer sun. Its fresh scent is reinvigorating, and its silky smoothness caresses the back of his neck and shoulders. Up in the sky, a few white clouds appear. Sam can see the shape of a horse, a volcano, a star, and even a cloud that looks like a buffalo, the kind that used to live in this area many years ago. It's the most pleasant feeling in the world, he thinks, to breathe in the mountain air, smell the freshness of summer grass, listen to the gentle babble of the creek, while watching soft, puffy clouds chase each other across a blue sky. Sam must have dozed off, because when he opens his eyes, he sees that Alfie has already lit a fire and is grilling the fish he's caught in the creek. He goes over to his brother, and Alfie hands him a plate. They eat well, enjoying the delicious, freshly caught fish, a hearty, homemade potato salad brought along by Sam, and good bread from the bakery in town. The ingredients of this meal are few and simple, but neither Sam nor Alfie feels like there is anything missing. After lunch, both brothers feel particularly good and are ready to explore their surroundings. They put out the fire safely, get their backpacks, and head towards the forest. They do not know exactly what they might be looking for, but decide to hike a bit further up the mountain, where they've heard there are some old caves. A large plateau wraps around the mountainside. Sam and Alfie stand there, looking over the lush valley ahead, carpeted in the most beautiful shades of green. They can't see the creek from up here, but they can see all the way across the valley, where the other side of the mountain range appears as a misty blue against the electric blue of the horizon. Not many people know about this place, but it ought to be considered one of the wonders of the world, Alfie thinks to himself. Up a narrow road, there is what looks like the entrance to a cave. Sam motions to Alfie to follow. They enter carefully, but realize quickly that this cave is a thing of beauty and not a desolate place. Air, wind, and water have, after thousands of years, eroded the outside of the cave walls and left it pockmarked with round holes, which let in the sunlight. Shafts of bright white light shine into the cave from its sides and roof, creating an almost kaleidoscopic play of light and shadow all around them. Further inside the cave, they find a natural pool that glows turquoise in the daylight coming through the roof above. The water is crystalline, and the ripples of the surface reflect on the walls of the cave. White, wavering flickers of light dancing all around them. Sam follows the reflected ripples along the cave walls with his eyes. They lead his gaze to a wall on the far side of the cave, where the shafts of light can't quite reach. He walks over and is met with an amazing sight. Sam calls his brother to join him, who is still by the pool, refilling his water bottle with fresh water from the spring. "Look," Sam says with wonder, pointing to the colourful wall in front of them. I've never seen anything quite like it." Alfie shares his brother's amazement. They are standing in front of what must be ancient cave art. The images on the rock face are a mix of pictographs, painted pictures in colours of brown, red, and rust, and petroglyphs, images carved into the surface of the cave wall. At first glance, Sam and Alfie can see certain images that are not difficult to identify. Elk, buffalo, birds, and spears. There are also different human forms painted and carved on the wall, but these are not as easy to interpret. Some could be scenes depicting hunting. Others could be depicting celebrations or other rituals, given the wide, dramatic arm gestures. But it's hard to tell, since the carvings and painted forms have blended over time into the cave's rocky surface. The brothers are standing in the same spot where, many, many years ago, men and women stood, carving and drawing images on the inside of this beautiful cave. Perhaps they did so to share something with their contemporaries, or maybe to leave their art behind for people who would visit in the years to come. Standing in this spot, where past and present connect, makes both Sam and Alfie feel the full power and beauty of these mountains, these woods, and the surrounding valleys. For all the years they've been visiting these parts, the brothers have never before come across rock art. The images are breathtaking, they both think. There is a special beauty in stories being shared through time. Sam looks at his watch and realizes that evening is nearing. Even though the days are long in the summer and they have flashlights in their backpacks, he suggests that they start making their way down the mountain and back to their campsite. Alfie agrees. The sun is lower in the sky now, and the air has grown cooler. Walking down the mountain path, there is a pleasant breeze, and it feels good on their faces, which are warm from a day spent outdoors. Alfie cannot wait to get back to the creek and wash his face in the clear water. And Sam too is eager to dip his feet in the fresh, gushing stream and relax after a wonderful day of hiking and exploring these beautiful surroundings. When they finally get back to their camping spot, it is already dusk. The sky is a luscious, vibrant pink, and a flock of birds, no more than black silhouettes, races across the sky. Sam takes off his backpack and feels the relief of no longer carrying any extra weight. His shoulders relax, his legs feel lighter, and he is immersed with that sensation of being happily tired after a day of exercise. Sam enjoys that sort of pleasant fatigue that feels like a reward. It was how he would feel on summer evenings as a boy, after spending the whole day climbing trees and building forts with his brother and their friends. As the light continues to wane, Alfie notices that a little swarm of fireflies has gathered, hovering over the creek. The forest and the mountains, he thinks to himself, are a place of constant action. There is always something going on. This place never sleeps, he thinks, as he wades into the creek and fills his palms with the clear water, now an inky blue in the evening light. He splashes his face with it, feeling how it not only washes the dust and sweat from his skin, but relieves him of any lingering tension. They've only spent a day up here, and already Alfie is feeling refreshed and renewed. He looks over at his brother Sam, who is working on starting the fire to make dinner. Alfie is ready to eat after a day of climbing, hiking, and exploring caves. Looking through the row of trees that line the opposite bank of the creek, Alfie can see flickers of deep blue among their branches, the evening sky along the horizon. He remembers a story somebody once told him in childhood. It was the story of a curious little wood mouse that lived in this forest. The wood mouse was adventurous and always looking for something new to discover and see. What he wanted to explore most of all was the other side of the mountain range, the ridge across the valley. Every time the wood mouse looked over there, he saw that the mountains were a splendid medley of blues. They seemed to be so much more enchanting than the greens and browns that surrounded him. He imagined that it must be so beautiful over there, across the valley, a whole world the same color as the sky. One day, the wood mouse decided to cross the valley and reach the other side. He made his way through the forest, down the mountainside, and headed towards the blue mountains on the horizon. Along the way, he managed to evade the hawks and eagles soaring overhead. and along the way, he made new friends, like a rabbit and a red squirrel. Crossing the valley was the most adventurous thing he'd ever done in his life. But as he approached the opposite side, he started to think about a world that was only different shades of blue, and wondered if that was where he wanted to live, because he had begun to miss his forest, the trees that he knew, the glades where he roamed. When he reached the mountain range, he was stunned to realize that up close it was not all blue, but the same colors as his mountains back home. And when he turned back and looked towards home, he saw that now his mountain was a magical blue in the distance. The woodmouse realized that everything he had ever wanted had been there all along. But he was happy to have gone on an adventure and made new friends along the way. Thinking to himself now, Alfie realizes he has always felt like the curious woodmouse. He's always sought out new adventures around the world, and he has always been happy to return here, to come home. The true beauty of a night sky can only ever be seen out in nature, far from the cities and the city lights. As Sam and Alfie finish their dinner, the sun has set completely, and endless sparkling stars cover the entire dome of the sky above. It almost feels like being in space, a childhood fantasy for both brothers. The brothers sit silently by the fire. It crackles and sparks, and flickering embers glow at the heart of it, casting shadows all around. The woods around them are quiet now, and the night air is a little chilly. It feels good to sit by the fire and its soft warmth. From one of the coolers, Alfie takes out the desserts. Slices of cherry, peach, and summer wildberry pie bought at the cafe earlier in the day. They divide the slices between them and serve them with hot cups of tea, which are brewed right there on the fire. The tartness of the cherries, the delicate sweetness of the peaches, and the zestiness of the berries taste like little bites of heaven. The brothers don't say much, but the contentment they both feel speaks for itself. Once the full moon is high in the sky, it is time for bed. The night is clear and the air is pleasant. Both Sam and Alfie take their sleeping bags out of the tent and decide to turn in right there, under the stars. The brothers take turns identifying the patterns in the sky, constellations they have looked at since they were little boys. Sometimes they even find new clusters of stars and clouds that take the shapes of familiar objects. They point these out to one another. That looks like an oak tree, and that like a cat. That one is reminiscent of those forts we used to build. And softly, gently, instead of counting sheep, they end up counting stars and their endless patterns until they fall asleep, dreaming of new adventures and what awaits them tomorrow up here on the old mountain. On this beautiful morning in early June, you've come to explore the countryside. This part of central Italy, not far from Rome, is full of natural beauty. It's a land of lush fields, hills, and volcanic lakes. And there's more to the countryside than meets the eye. As well as the many farms and vineyards, there are woods full of edible treasures. But you have to know where to look. As you walk through the field, you're accompanied by a local guide. Sonia is a cheerful, talkative woman in her 60s who carries a large wicker basket over her arm. Like you, she's dressed in light, comfortable clothes and wearing sturdy shoes. Trotting beside Sonia is her black and white dog, a spaniel named Lola. Together, the three of you walk slowly through the long grass, which is dotted with bright red poppies and other wildflowers. You can feel the sun gently warming the back of your neck, as well as a cool, pleasant breeze. It's going to be a hot day, but right now, mid-morning, the temperature is perfect. The gradual transition from spring to summer is such a lovely time of the year. The days become warmer, but they're still fresh. And the coming of the new season brings a subtle change in atmosphere, as well as the rich sense of new flowers in bloom. You can appreciate these changes in the city too, but they seem even more special out here, immersed in nature. It's so quiet and peaceful. This part of the countryside has remained almost untouched. There are no cars, buildings, or even other people. It's pure nature. The only sounds are the melodic birdsong in the background, and, if you listen closely, the low buzz of insects. The sound of your footsteps is muffled by the soft earth and surrounding grass. It almost feels as though you're a silent, invisible presence passing through without disturbing nature. You're happy to be here with Sonia, who knows the area well. She clearly has a deep respect for nature and a knowledge of many of the plants that grow here. During your walk, she often draws your attention to things you might have easily missed. She points out a particular butterfly or a plant that can be identified by the distinctive shape of its leaves. Sonia explains that she has always been observant ever since she was a child. She enjoys looking closely at things and appreciating aspects of nature that others take for granted. Many of the plants you're going to see today are often called weeds. But as Sonia points out, there's nothing wrong with them. The term weed is used for plants that are unwanted, growing in the wrong place in the garden. Out here in the fields, there's no such thing as a weed. Besides, every plant has its uses. This is something that the people in the area have known for generations. There's a long history of foraging, picking wild plants, and using them for cooking or for medicine. It was often women who went out into the woods and fields. They would spend long days gathering plants such as chicory, asparagus, nettles, or mushrooms. The food they harvested would be sold to local restaurants or markets and used at home to prepare delicious, healthy meals. Sonia recalls family members coming home with bags overflowing with leaves. For them, foraging was work. But for Sonia, it's a passion. Now that she's retired, she enjoys roaming the countryside, looking for anything she can pick and cook. And every now and then, she does foraging tours with curious visitors. She loves sharing her knowledge, and she wants to make sure that this understanding and appreciation of local plants is passed on. It's like a local dialect, she says. Over time, fewer and fewer people speak the language, and the shared knowledge is lost. It would be a shame if that were to happen with plants and flowers. It's much easier to learn how to forage than to pick up a new language. But even so, it's a little more complex than you might think. You have to know exactly what to look for, and where, and in which season. Some of the plants are hidden from view, surrounded by tall grass, or obscured by dense vegetation. And many of the plants look confusingly similar to one another. That's the case with the first plant you find in a shady, wooded area. Sonia points out two patches of leafy plants, which are almost hidden by the grass. To your eyes, the plants look identical. They have long, dark green leaves and look like a cross between spinach and rocket, or arugula. Sonia picks some of the leaves to the right and explains that this one is the edible plant. It's wild chicory, or cicoria in Italian. Soon it will flower, and it will be easier to recognize, as it has gorgeous, bright blue petals. But even now, without the flower, there are ways to identify chicory. One telltale sign is the shape of the leaves. They are pointed, resembling serrated arrowheads. Another clue is the arrangement of the leaves near the soil, in rosette formation. The chicory leaves spread out like a star. As you bend down to help Sonia pick the leaves, she tells you more about the plant. It has a strong, bitter taste and is full of fiber and vitamins. In this part of Italy, chicory is often cooked and then fried with oil, garlic, and chili. In the winter, another kind of chicory is used in a crisp, delicious salad known as puntarelle. The leaves are soaked in cold water and then covered with a dressing made from oil, vinegar, garlic, and anchovies. It's an acquired taste, but in this region, it's a popular side dish that goes with just about everything. You ask Sonia what she plans to make with these particular leaves. With a laugh, she explains that these are just a souvenir from your walk. Like spinach, it takes huge quantities of chicory to make anything. Even so, it feels good to pick the leaves, feeling the slight rough texture between your fingers. You like knowing that this plant has so much potential, and that you're taking part in a kind of tradition. For centuries, people have been foraging for chicory in the countryside, just as you are now. Lola also shows an interest in the plants, sniffing everything enthusiastically. She can't help with this kind of foraging, but with her keen sense of smell, she could hunt for truffles. One day, she might be trained. But for now, Sonia is happy just to have her company as the dog bounds through the grass, tail wagging. A little further ahead, Sonia spots another plant. Growing in the shade of an oak tree are long, thin shoots of asparagus. These are easier to recognize as they're so distinctive. They look like delicate green spears with feathery tips. You're surprised by just how long the stalks are. Some are more than a meter in length. When they sway in the breeze, they make you think of strands of kelp underwater. There are moments when this secluded grove reminds you of being in the sea. The vegetation and long grass are like plants on the seabed, and the sunlight that filters through the leaves above has a dreamy, underwater quality. The atmosphere is so tranquil that you find yourself moving slowly, picking the asparagus one strand at a time, then placing it in Sonia's basket. You take your time, trying to gather as much as possible. Unlike the chicory, Sonia plans to use the asparagus in her cooking. She'll use some of it for a creamy pasta dish with a dash of white wine and parmesan sprinkled on top. But her favourite way to cook asparagus is in a frittata, an egg dish similar to an omelette. It's so quick and easy to make, and it brings back happy memories of family meals and picnics. Her grandmother made the most delicious frittata. Each slice was bursting with flavour, and Sonia found it hard to limit herself to just one piece. As Sonia talks, you find yourself getting hungry. Then, as if reading your mind, Sonia tells you that there's not long to go till lunch. Afterwards, she'll take you to her house, where you'll enjoy a traditional meal made from foraged ingredients. Walking a little further, you soon come across clusters of borage, also known as starflower. The first thing that catches your attention is the flower itself. The central part resembles a red starfish surrounded by vibrant lilac petals shaped like triangles. But the stem and leaves are also unusual, as they're covered in soft white bristles, almost like a layer of fur. Each flower seems to droop, bowing its head, while the asparagus shoots stood tall and proud. The borage looks shy by comparison. The flowers are so beautiful that you're almost reluctant to pick them. But Sonia encourages you to go ahead. At this time of year, they are everywhere, and these ones will be put to good use. Sonia will give some of the leaves and flowers to her sister, who likes to make borage tea. It has an unusual taste, a little like cucumber, but her sister drinks it not for the flavour, but for its calming, healing properties. Borage has been used in drinks and medicines since ancient times. It's believed to have all kinds of health benefits, from soothing skin to brightening moods. Sonia is more interested in cooking. She wants to try making some fresh ravioli filled with cheese and borage leaves. The flowers are edible too, so she'll sprinkle a few on top as decoration. She likes the idea of making something that not only tastes good, but looks beautiful. After gathering some of the flowers and leaves, you walk on, deeper into the woodland. Lola seems happy to lead the way, bounding ahead. The winding trail soon opens out into a sunny clearing, encircled by trees with little white flowers. Sonia is just as surprised and delighted as you are. She'd intended to take another path, and she'd completely forgotten about this part of the woods. Bending down to stroke Lola, she thanks her for being such a good guide. Lola has brought you to an area filled with elder trees. Each one blooms with clusters of tiny, cream-coloured flowers. They resemble little white trees springing out of the green leaves. In the rays of the sun, some of the flowers almost seem to glow, a bright, radiant white. Sonia takes out a pair of pruning shears and cuts one of the little bunches of elderflower. Then she hands the flowers to you and asks what you think of the smell. Inhaling deeply, you notice a rich floral scent mixed with an almost citrusy aroma. It's the smell of summer. Sonia takes a sniff and agrees with you. When the elderflower smells like this, it means it's perfect for harvesting. As you take it in turns to cut the flowers, you ask Sonia what she intends to do with them. You imagine she'll make a syrup and use it as a cordial or cocktail, or perhaps a dessert. Sonia smiles. "You'll find out later," she says. "It will be a surprise." Once you've finished gathering the elderflower, you cross the clearing and follow another trail. Along the way, Sonia points out other plants and flowers, including some nettles which she says are edible. Nature has so much to give, she says, if you're patient and learn how to look. She could easily spend the entire day here, searching every bush and grove. But it's time to move on, as lunch awaits. And as much as you're enjoying the walk, you're looking forward to sitting down, resting, and of course, eating. When you come out of the woodland, you can hardly believe your eyes. In front of you, in the middle of the greenery, is a bright patch of blue. It's a lake. The still surface is like a mirror, reflecting the sky and the glittering sunshine. You knew that there was a lake somewhere near here, but you weren't expecting it to appear out of nowhere, like something from a dream. The intense shimmer of the water gives it an unreal quality, like a vision. But as you walk towards it, meandering through the tall grass, it becomes clear that the lake is not just a figment of your imagination. It's really there, a vast, still pool, surrounded by trees and gently sloping hills. Sonia tells you that this is a volcanic lake. It was formed thousands of years ago when a volcano collapsed during an eruption. Over time, it filled with water, forming a lake. Some volcanic lakes become tourist attractions and popular swimming spots. But this particular lake has remained virtually untouched. It feels like a wild, timeless place. At first, the lake seems to be just as silent as the woodland. The only sound is the quiet chirping of the birds. But as you walk through the field close to the lake, you hear a soft splashing sound. Then, passing through a thicket of trees, a fisherman comes into view. He's sitting comfortably in a chair, his fishing rod extending out into the lake. Although you can't see his face clearly from here, you can imagine his expression, a look of calm contentment. He's alone in this beautiful paradise, basking in the warmth of the sun and savouring the cool breeze from the lake. Sonia whispers to you. She thinks she recognizes the fisherman, but she doesn't want to disturb him. You walk on, leaving him to enjoy his quiet, tranquil morning by the lake. There's not much further to go now. Sonia leads you up a sloping path through another wooded area. Here, she points out some more edible plants. Some are eye-catching flowers, while others are ordinary-looking plants camouflaged in the grass. Sonia is amazingly observant, able to pick out edible treasures even in the most unlikely of places. You notice everything with interest, but this time you don't stop to pick any plants. You're feeling a little tired and hungry, and you're keen to get to Sonia's house. She says it's close by, but it's hard to imagine anyone living in such a remote part of the countryside. There don't seem to be any roads nearby, and you haven't seen a single building or any people apart from the fisherman. You continue on, up a hill that gradually becomes steeper. When you reach the top, you take a bottle from your bag and drink some water. In this moment, it feels like there's nothing better in the world. Just a few refreshing sips are enough to fill you with a new energy. After a sigh of satisfaction, you tell Sonia that you are ready to walk on. But there's no need to walk any further. Just a few more steps bring you to a gate half hidden by the trees. Sonia unlocks it and welcomes you to her garden. Coming out of the shade, you find yourself on a large stretch of grass, bordered by flower beds, bushes, and the occasional tree. The grass has been cut recently, and the garden is clearly looked after. But it also feels relaxed and natural, as though most things have been left to grow without interference. It's like a tamed wilderness. Sonia walks ahead and beckons you to join her. From the far edge of the garden, there's the most spectacular view. You can see the lake in its entirety, a smooth, glassy surface shaped like a perfect oval. It's surrounded on all sides by dense layers of greenery and small, softly rounded hills. This edge of the garden is lined with bushes of beautiful red flowers. They create a natural border for the lake view, framing it perfectly. You're tempted to take a photo, but you resist the urge just for a moment. You want to experience this moment through your own eyes first, appreciating every detail. Your gaze drifts from the serene waters of the lake to the distant hills. In some parts, they are dappled in darker patches of green as they're covered by the shadows of the clouds above. And then you look up at the sky itself, a celestial shade of azure. Afterwards, somehow, you feel satiated. It's like the sensation you had earlier, drinking the water until your thirst was quenched. Experiencing this kind of natural beauty fulfills a need you didn't even know you had. Next, Sonia invites you to sit down at a picnic table in the shade. There's a wonderful view of the lake from here, too. It feels so good to finally sit down. As you make yourself comfortable on the bench and pour yourself a glass of water, Sonia tells you a little about the house. She doesn't live here, but it's shared by everyone in her family. They often use it for parties and family gatherings, or they take it in turns to stay here at the weekend whenever they need some peace and quiet. Although the house isn't hers alone, Sonia is the person who uses it the most. She comes here all the time, sometimes joined by her husband and children, and always accompanied by Lola. As Lola is a young, energetic dog, it's good for her to have all this space where she can run around. But right now, after the long walk, Lola seems ready to rest as well. She sits patiently beside the table, looking expectantly at Sonia. It seems that Lola is also looking forward to the meal. You remain sitting here while Sonia moves between the garden and the house, often followed by Lola. Rather than cook from scratch, Sonia is serving some food she's prepared earlier. You offer to help her, but she shakes her head and tells you to relax. You are a guest, after all, and she enjoys being a host. It doesn't take long for Sonia to bring out all the food. But when she's done, every inch of space on the table is filled. The food is simple but delicious. There are fresh salads dressed with flavorful olive oil and cooked chicory with garlic and chili. Of course, there's an asparagus frittata, which Sonia makes just like her grandmother used to. There are also some green olives, a selection of local cheeses and honey, and slices of crusty bread. At one point, Sonia goes back into the kitchen. You continue eating, wondering what she could be doing in there. There are already so many wonderful dishes. You doubt there's any space left on the table or in your stomach. But then Sonia returns with yet another plate and presents you with the final dish. It's a pile of crispy, honey-coloured leaves, as well as some strange formations that look like bouquets of little golden bubbles. Then you look closer and realize what they are. They are borage leaves and elderflowers, lightly fried in a crispy batter. You take one of the fried flowers, holding it at the tip of the stem so your fingers don't get greasy. Then you take a bite, feeling the warm bubbles melt on your tongue. It's a subtle flavor, but absolutely delicious. The layer of batter is remarkably thin, creating a light, salty coating around the flowers. The leaves have the same delicate consistency. After this memorable meal, Sonia returns to the kitchen once more to make some coffee. She suggests you make yourself comfortable in the nearby lounger. It's been perfectly positioned so you can enjoy the view of the lake and feel the breeze. Sonia is right, you reflect, as you sink into the lounger. Just like the meal, every aspect of the garden has been carefully considered to make the most of its natural qualities. There's nothing that could be improved. It's perfect, exactly as it is. Sonia will soon come back with the coffee, but there are no other plans for the day. You can stay here as long as you like, gazing at the lake and drifting into a state of deeper relaxation. It's been such a beautiful day, you think. And just moments later, you give in to the urge to close your eyes and rest. The late summer shower patters heavily on the pavement outside. Dense rivulets of water cascade down the bakery windows, shining gold as they catch the sun, which peeks out behind large puffy clouds. It's one of those days where the weather can't seem to make up its mind, Lily thinks to herself as she wipes her hands on her apron. Just like me. She smiles, looking down at the white, flowery handprints now decorating the apron's front pocket. The cinnamon rolls are done. The first batches of bread and cookies are cooling. Now what, Lily wonders? A berry pie? A vanilla cake? Maybe a custard? Nothing feels quite right. All morning, the sky has alternated between rain and shine. A sudden downpour will leave behind puddles which glisten like fiery pools when the clouds part and the sun comes out in all its summer splendor. But then, just moments later, the clouds will gather in the sky once more, casting shadows on the ground. The air grows chilly, and the rain starts again. Ever since she came in this morning, Lily has been watching the playful weather from the comfort of the bakery, relishing the beauty of the changeable sky through the bright, rain-spattered windows. Seamus arrived early today, shaking out his umbrella after getting caught in a downpour. Even though he carried it tucked inside his raincoat, his newspaper needed a few minutes to dry out. By the time he was sipping his coffee and eating his cinnamon roll, the sun had appeared. The edges of the slightly smudged paper drooped a bit as they dried, but that didn't bother Seamus. He chuckled, saying, "The news is still the news, damp or not," before setting it aside in favour of another bite of his cinnamon roll. Rose stopped by quickly. "No time to chat today," she said, stamping her boots on the mat with a refillable mug in her hand. She was dog-sitting for a neighbour and had to go and play with her four-legged friend while the sun was still out. Lily smiles now, recalling these little conversations. The weather here certainly has its own personality, just like all the residents, she thinks. And being in such a small town, it's often what people talk about. Nobody here is surprised by the rain. Stormy days are a given. And yet, people always have a few moments to spare to chat about what kind of rain there is today, or to wonder if the sun will come out at all, even on the greyest of mornings. It's why these late summer days are some of Lily's favourites. The unpredictability, the interplay of light and shadow, the bright, glorious sun, and the moody, towering clouds. These are what make this rainy place so special. Not to mention, late summer days are perfect for making one of Lily's favourite treats, fresh fruit tarts. Summer is the season for fruit, and a tart is perhaps the most aesthetically pleasing of all fruit desserts. She sighs, picturing the sweet, juicy fruit, the thick, rich cream, the crumbly, buttery pastry. Each tart is a work of art, the glossy berries and fruits cut to perfection and arranged in an intricate and colourful pattern. Fruit tarts take a lot of work, but they're so worth it, Lily muses. Her eyes come to rest on a bowl full of peaches and nectarines from Quincy and Myrna's orchard. The last of the wild blueberries are in the refrigerator, and she just picked up a few cartons of plump, ripe strawberries from the market. Glancing around, she spots a couple of kiwis trying their best to blend in with the wooden cutting boards. A fruit tart it is then, Lily thinks. After all, why pick just one flavour to work with when you can have them all? She pulls out one of her recipe books. It's a large 3-ring binder with typed and handwritten recipes tucked into clear protective sleeves. Lily flips through the pages, enjoying the sound they make as they swish against each other, until she comes to the fruit tart. She mentally ticks off where all the ingredients are. The first stop is the pantry. Carefully, she gathers flour, cornstarch, salt, baking powder, sugar, and the jar of vanilla beans. Next, she finds the eggs, milk, apricot jam, and butter. Then, Lily chooses the freshest peaches, nectarines, berries, and kiwis, and sets them on a plate so none of them are tempted to roll away. Finally, she pulls out all the utensils, pots, pans, and dishes that she'll need, along with a little sack of dried beans. She's been meaning to purchase a set of ceramic pie weights for blind baking, but hasn't got around to it yet. So today, her bag of trusty dried beans will have to do. She'll begin by making a pastry cream. So she slides over the glass jar of long, dark vanilla beans. Once the lid is unlatched, it comes open with a slight pop. Lily reaches her fingers into the jar and selects a bean. She closes the jar to preserve the others, and then finds a small knife and a cutting board. Lily applies gentle pressure to the knife, sliding its tip lengthwise down the thin vanilla bean. She doesn't press so hard that the bean is cut in half, just enough that it opens the topmost layer. Once the bean is split, she uses her fingertips to spread out the sides, so it resembles a flat leaf with slightly curled edges. It almost looks like a Viking longship, she thinks. The ends of the bean curve upwards like a prow and stern. Then she flips her knife over and scrapes its flat edge along the inside of the bean, releasing the seeds. Clumped together, they are almost a fine paste. Looking at the tiny flecks of black, she thinks of creamy vanilla ice cream served over a warm peach cobbler. But that's for another time, she reminds herself. Maybe when the weather gets a bit colder. She'll have to be sure to get a few more peaches from Quincy and Myrna before summer truly comes to an end. When they first talked about growing stone fruit like peaches, plums, and nectarines, most people raised an eyebrow. It's far too rainy and damp to sustain such delicate fruit trees. Just wait and see, Myrna said with a smile to anyone who looked even a little skeptical. As the weeks passed, neighbours started seeing construction happening in their large backlot. They cleared the tangle of weeds and brambles, but left the berry bushes along the perimeter. Every day people would walk by, and Myrna always told them the same thing. Just wait and see. Soon, a large but short rectangular frame went up, similar to one you might see around a vegetable garden. Then, tall domed ribs arched like silver rainbows over the rectangle. And a little while later, a covering was stretched over the whole thing. It looked almost like a greenhouse. Myrna and Quincy explained that it was called a high tunnel, and it could be used to protect and grow plants that otherwise might have a hard time surviving in this kind of climate. Last summer was the first season the trees bore fruit, and they were so delicious, Lily remembers happily. There's nothing better than a fresh peach. Turning back to the task at hand, Lily pours the milk into the saucepan and begins to heat it. Her mind drifts as she stirs it gently, waiting for tiny bubbles to form on its surface. She looks up at the fairy lights twinkling cheerfully. A man sits in the corner, sipping a hot chocolate. Lily didn't recognize him when he came in to order his drink. He must be from out of town, she thinks. Perhaps he's visiting friends or family. Or maybe he likes traveling to small, tucked-away places. Delicate bubbles begin to show around the edges of the saucepan. Lily continues to stir the warm milk. The rain has started up again. She hears the rhythmic tapping on the window panes and watches puffy grey and white clouds roll over town. The tapping grows heavier as a cloud passes overhead, and then lighter as it drifts away. She moves the wooden spoon around the saucepan in gentle circles until bubbles appear across the whole surface of the milk. She then removes it from the heat. Next, she whisks together egg yolks and sugar, then adds a pinch of salt and some cornstarch to thicken the mixture. Slowly, she pours a thin stream of hot milk into the egg and sugar mixture, whisking as she goes. The ribbon of white falls gracefully into the bowl. When it's combined, she pours all of it back into the saucepan and heats it once again. She feels the pastry cream thickening in the pan as she continues to whisk it gently. With every stroke, she notices more resistance to the utensil. When it has the perfect custardy texture, she removes it from the heat and adds in the vanilla. Specks of black intermingle with the yellow cream. It looks absolutely delicious, but it's not ready yet. Lily pours it into a bowl, covers it, and places it in the refrigerator to cool. Now it's time to make the crust. She gathers the flour, butter, sugar, eggs, vanilla, salt, and baking powder, and carries them to her large stand mixer. This appliance is the pride of the bakery. Lily uses it several times a day, always pausing for a moment to admire its sleek and shiny exterior. It's larger than one you might find in a household kitchen, as it can hold enough dough or batter to make double or even triple batches of some of her favourite treats. Lily runs her hand over the mixer, feeling the cool metal beneath her fingertips. She gives the mixer a friendly pat. We've made quite a few things together over the years, haven't we? She whispers. Lily pulls out measuring cups and spoons. She drops chunks of butter into the bowl of the mixer and then pours sugar over the top. She secures the metal paddle on the arm above the bowl and locks it into place. Then she flicks a switch on the side of the mixer and it whirs to life. Lily loves the sound it makes as it creams together the butter and sugar. It gives off a sort of whooshing noise, somewhere between a buzz and a hum. The sound gets louder and softer as the paddle spins through the sweet contents of the bowl. Before long, the mixture is creamy and fluffy. She cracks an egg into it, pausing the paddle for a moment to scrape down the sides of the bowl with a spatula. Then it begins to whir again, and the mixture turns from off-white to yellow as the egg is incorporated. She adds vanilla and salt, and then uses a whisk to combine the flour and baking powder in a separate bowl. This she spoons into the wet ingredients bit by bit until it's fully incorporated. The last spoonful lands with a dry plop on the edge of the paddle, sending a small plume of flour into the air. It dusts the mixer and Lily's skin with fine white particles, a bit like fresh snow. Once the dough for the crust is finished, she turns off the mixer and uses the spatula to scrape any remnants off the paddle. Then she rolls the dough into a ball, wraps it, and places it in the fridge to cool beside the pastry cream. For the next couple of hours, customers come and go. Elisa and her twin boys come in for chocolate chip cookies. Each toddler grasps a cookie with pudgy fingers, giggling with delight. The man in the corner gets a refill of his hot chocolate. Lily asks if he wants whipped cream, and he smiles. Is it even hot chocolate without whipped cream? He asks with a wink. Lily shakes some extra sprinkles on top for good measure. She watches him carry the mug back to his table. He sits down and looks around surreptitiously before quietly slurping the top of the whipped cream mountain. Lily chuckles to herself. She always does the same thing before taking her first sip. The rain comes in a heavy downpour that gives way to a light drizzle before the sun comes out, bathing the small town in a brilliant golden hue. When she sees the clouds part through the window, Lily unties her apron and folds it neatly on the counter. Then she sneaks over to the door and pokes her head outside. She takes a deep breath in. Cool, crisp air fills her lungs. It's fresh and clean. She smells hints of damp earth and pavement, along with flowers and green plants. It's the scent of summer, rejuvenating and alive. Across from the bakery, pine trees are adorned with droplets of water. They hang from the needles like little diamonds. In her mind's eye, Lily imagines running up to a tree and shaking its trunk, laughing as thousands of droplets shower down on her from the branches. Seeing no customers waiting for drinks or treats, Lily steps out the door. The cool, humid air feels refreshing compared to the dry warmth of the bakery. Both inside and out have their merits, she thinks. The tiny hairs on her arms prickle with the change in temperature, sending a delightful chill down her spine. She rubs her hands on her arms, taking another deep breath of the fresh air. A young girl zooms down the hill on a little orange bicycle. Lily watches her as she grins from ear to ear, the wind catching her long hair and fanning it out behind her. Her father coasts leisurely down the hill on his own larger bike, waving to Lily as he passes. At the top of the hill, Lily catches a glimpse of Rose walking a determined golden retriever. Rose doesn't look down towards the bakery, but Lily grins at her nonetheless. With a final deep breath, Lily decides it's time to head back inside. She has a fruit tart to finish. Lily preheats the oven. She pulls the apron over her head and ties it at the waist. Then she retrieves the dough from the refrigerator and sets it on the counter. She sprinkles a bit of flour on the wooden surface and pulls out her large rolling pin. Unwrapping the dough, she places it in the middle of the floury circle and begins to roll it out. Her arms push and pull, stretching the dough into a wide, thin disc. Her mind clears as her body responds to the needs of the task, the repetitive motion guiding her into a rhythm. Once it's the right size and thickness, she delicately picks the dough up and places it into the pie dish. She carefully presses it into the bottom and ridged sides of the dish, trimming off any excess dough hanging over the top. Lily rips off a square of parchment paper and places it on the dough. Then she pours the sack of dried beans onto the paper. The beans will keep the bottom of the pie crust from puffing up as it bakes. Lily slides the dish into the oven and leaves it to work its magic. While it's baking, she pours a cup of coffee for a customer and sells the final cinnamon roll of the day to another. Both are familiar faces. She's seen them around town many times before, but has never had the chance to talk to them. Now she gets their names and finds out a little about each one. Her motto has always been, "A new customer is just a friend you haven't made yet." The oven beeps and Lily pulls out the crust. She removes the beans, pouring them back into their sack with a satisfying rumble. Then she returns the crust to the oven to bake for a little while longer. This is one of the reasons fruit tarts seem like more work. Even though the steps are easy, there sure are a lot of them, she thinks to herself. But that's to be expected for such an exquisite dessert. When the oven beeps a second time, she sets the crust on a rack to cool. Steam rises from it in subtle wisps. As it cools, she prepares the fruit. This is Lily's favourite part of the process. First, she washes and dries the produce. She cuts the green tops off the strawberries and pops one of the little red morsels in her mouth for good measure. She peels the kiwis and peaches, but leaves the skin of the nectarines intact. It's such a pretty colour, she thinks. Then she slices the kiwis into rounds. The peaches are cut into perfect wedges, and the nectarines are made into thin, delectable crescent moons. She cuts some of the strawberries in half and leaves others whole. The blueberries are perfectly ripe and juicy. Once the crust is completely cooled, Lily finds the pastry cream in the fridge. She spreads a generous layer of cream into the shallow crust. The rich scent of vanilla wafts up from the dish, filling the air around her. It's floral, earthy, and delicious. Next, she arranges the fruit in a perfect pattern atop the pastry cream. She goes slowly and takes her time, setting each blueberry in its own perfect nook, aligning every plump red strawberry with the edge of the crust. She tucks in a few extra blueberries among the strawberries to fill any open space. Once the concentric berry circles are finished, she moves on to the peaches. She nestles each glossy orange slice against the one before it, creating a beautifully overlapping design. The rosy nectarines are next, each wafer-thin piece tucked delicately into place. In the center of the tart, Lily arranges the kiwi rounds. Their green and black hues stand in marvelous contrast to the sunset colors of the rest of the fruit. She tastes a slice of kiwi. It is sweet and tart and sumptuous. And finally, to cap off the design, she sprinkles a few extra blueberries and strawberry halves atop the innermost kiwis. Once the fruit is placed on the pastry cream, Lily steps back to admire her work. The pattern is symmetrical in all the right places, with just enough whimsy to keep it interesting. But it's still not quite finished yet. She takes the apricot jam from the refrigerator and heats it on the stove. Once it's warm and gooey, she dips a pastry brush into it. Lily paints the fruit with the melted jam, which lends a glossy sheen to the colourful creation. Coated in the translucent jam, the fruit shines in the light, as bright as the rivulets of water glimmering on the windows in the afternoon sun. Perfection, Lily whispers. As the word crosses her lips, Lily hears the door to the bakery open. In come Rose and Seamus, accompanied by Myrna and Quincy. we heard our fruit made it onto the menu today, says Myrna with a big smile. Lily grins, gingerly picking up the fruit tart. She sets it on the counter. A chorus of appreciation sounds out from the assembled guests. Quincy claps his hands, while Myrna admires the shine of the fruit. Rose says she can tell how good it will taste just by looking at it, while Seamus remarks he's never smelled anything so delicious, aside from cinnamon rolls, of course. The man in the corner with the hot chocolate wanders over too. He gives a friendly smile to all the old friends. He's new to town, but he's hoping to meet people. You chose a rainy day to move to town, I'm afraid, says Seamus. Oh, it's always raining here, Myrna chuckles. Except when the sun comes out, says Lily. Like on this perfect late summer day. Surrounded by old friends and new, Lily slices into the most perfect late summer dessert. A fruit tart made to be shared by all. The word deck chair is typically used to mean a folding chair made of treated wood. Most of us might picture a chair with canvas or vinyl dropped like a hammock between wooden frames. They have a portable design. These chairs can be folded easily into a compact 3-inch wide form. They can be stacked in large numbers, which makes them ideal for public spaces like the beach. The classic deck chair goes hand in hand with leisure. For many, it conjures up images of holidaymakers on the sand, their eyes closed as they bask in the sunlight. Or people sitting in their fine summer outfits, sipping lemonade, watching tennis on the lawn. Others might think of the deck of a cruise ship, where passengers sit and take in the sea air. This is, after all, the place where deck chairs officially began, on the luxurious ocean liners of the late 19th century. In fact, though, the deck chair has far deeper roots, stretching more than 5 millennia into the past. Archaeologists have found remnants of ancient folding chairs in Germany, Sweden, and Jutland, Denmark. The site in southern Jutland was a mound of earth, named in English as Gold Hill. It was here that such a chair was found in its entirety when the site was excavated in 1891. Despite being dated to the 1400s BCE, the seat remains very well preserved. Its ashwood frame forms the shape of a letter X, with a seat of otter skin pulled across its top. Backless and armless, it's closer today to what we might call a stool. Though to people of the Bronze Age, there weren't such distinctions. The seat includes decorative pitch-black inlays or patterns carved into the wood. The seat is thought to have been a symbol of high status and likely belonged to someone who ranked high in the community. True, it was maybe 15 inches tall, but that was enough to allow the user to tower above the other people who would have been sitting cross-legged on the ground. It seems likely that it would have been used by a religious leader or village chieftain, someone with authority to whom people would listen. The site in Saxony, Germany, was excavated 8 years after the one in Denmark. Though it didn't yield a seat in its entirety, a great many chair fragments were uncovered. There were pieces of ash and maple wood, and a piece of leather which would have made up the seat. There were also a number of metal components, fixtures, fittings, and opulent decorations. Experts were able to compare their findings from Saxony to the chair discovered previously in Jutland. They used this to produce a reconstruction and bring to life the seat of the Nordic Bronze Age. The reconstruction of the Daneson folding chair can be seen today in Hamburg, Germany. It has 2 movable frames crossed over in an X shape, connected by a nail hammered into the wood. Gold-plated studs attach the fabric to its top. The grooves of circles worked into the metal. The ends of the wood are capped with gold, their faces engraved with a pattern of concentric circles. The gold caps cover the top and bottom ends across all 4 corners of this beautiful seat. A ring hangs down from the top of 4 caps, displaying hourglass-shaped plates, dangling like keychains. They're similar to the tassels at the end of a curtain tie, but made of gold-plated metal instead of ropey cotton. The reconstruction of this Bronze Age chair furthers the argument that it was a seat of high status. It also demonstrates a level of craftsmanship far more sophisticated than one might have imagined. Some argue that the chairs together also show that ideas travelled far, even in the past. The seats found in Northern Europe were thought to be made there. but the designs echoed those from faraway realms. The oldest known evidence of a folding seat came from Mesopotamia in modern-day Iraq. An image of the chair appears on a seal that's 4,500 years old. Similar furniture was thought to be in use around the same time in ancient Egypt. Seats were buried in the tombs of the elite, pharaohs, royalty, and high-ranking officials. Many were found in the Valley of the Kings on the west bank of the Nile, in what is today Luxor. These X-shaped stools were portable and foldable, made with the finest materials and elaborately decorated. The most famous finding was in 1922 at the tomb of Pharaoh Tutankhamun. Amongst the many ancient riches owned by King Tut was a folding stool fit for royalty. A reinterpretation of the stool is housed in Cairo today. Beautifully carved in black ebony wood, it's decorated with markings of contrasting ivory. It's fixed at the end with caps of bronze and topped with a seat of the rarest leopard skin. This exact seat is pictured elsewhere, on the walls of a tomb belonging to an Egyptian official. Oy was viceroy of Egyptian Nubia, located today in modern-day Sudan. One of his responsibilities as leader of that area was to organize a tribute to give to the pharaoh. We can see this play out on the walls of his tomb, which show him presenting the leopard skin stool. Tutankhamun died around 1324 BCE, and the chair is dated to around that period. It's thought that similar chairs had long been in use by that time though, that they were a typical piece of furniture amongst high-ranking Egyptians. Some liken the seats to portable thrones, taken on travels about the kingdom. They were included in tombs to take into the afterlife, where one hoped to be reborn into a state of luxury. It's clear that the seat was a symbol of high status. What's less certain is whether the Nordic chair is a copy of the Egyptian. Indeed, some feel that the similarities are too striking. We know that there were scouts who made their way far from home, despite the limitations of ancient travel. And they'd have had fewer miles to go back then, as Egypt had expanded its borders, reaching modern-day Turkey under Thutmose III. It isn't unthinkable that a lone trader might have travelled to Egypt and spotted a chair. nor that he would have copied it onto papyrus so that it could be made back home. Regardless of whether it was copied or not, this type of seat would find a place across cultures and continents. These included the great civilizations of ancient Greece and then ancient Rome. We can see from depictions on pottery that the X-shaped stool was known to the Greeks. Artifacts originating from the 5th century BCE show the seat being used by gods and heroes. Achilles sits on what was called the Euclideus, a seat with tassels hanging at its sides. The god Apollo strums a lyre upon another, its feet carved like the paws of a lion. For the first time, too, we see the seat used by women, a tunic-clad noblewoman on one ancient artifact. In one hand, she holds up a sun parasol. The other hand reaches towards a crown of laurel leaves. The frame of the stool is visible at the side, revealing a shape now slightly altered. Whereas other designs had 2 sets of crossed legs, the chair shown here has 4 crossed slats. The Greeks were famous for their style and engineering, and would no doubt have experimented with the seat's design. However, the Romans seem to have reverted to the X-shaped structure when creating what they called the curule seat or chair. Like the Greeks, the Romans added a little flair, and the chair legs became curved like the lines of an hourglass. It was typical for the seat to be constructed from ivory, either in its entirety or as a veneer over wood. Only those with imperium were permitted to sit in the curule seat. This was a position of authority, someone in charge of either a military or governmental body. It was a seat from which officials would perform their business, be they politicians, generals, priests, or magistrates. One seat appears in the history books in 494 BCE at the Circus Maximus, where chariot races drew thousands of onlookers. Story tells of a magistrate being awarded the seat, a prize for his recent victory in battle. Centuries later, in 44 BCE, the folding stool is as important as ever. We're told by the historian Cassius Dio that the Senate granted permission to Julius Caesar to use the seat every place except the theatre. There, he would be carried in on a gilded chair and raised to the height of the gods. This type of chair has always been associated with power. It was the seat of chieftains, pharaohs, and gods. In ancient Rome, it became the seat of emperors after the period of republic came to an end. Before he became the first emperor of Rome, the young Octavian sought to further his position. He had a coin minted with his image on one side and the X-shaped seat engraved on the other. As the Emperor Augustus, he would later use the seat as a portable throne on his travels. He would take it to war, like so many who followed him, and use it as a place from which to officiate Rome's business. Use of the seat would spread far and wide as foreign lands were conquered and occupied. By 117 CE, the Roman Empire spanned across 3 continents and included most of the Mediterranean under its banner. Roman culture travelled with its armies, leaving a lasting impact still felt today. Much of Western civilization has its roots in Rome, from laws and language to architecture and engineering. Rome also accelerated the spread of Christianity, which was accepted as an official religion in the 4th century CE. The religion would outlast the Roman Empire, which fell in the later 5th century. The curule seat would survive as a symbol of Christianity and religious authority. Its most common use throughout the Middle Ages was as the seat of a bishop when he was travelling through his district. It was practically identical in appearance to what had been used by those earlier Romans, though now it went by many different names. The X-chair, the scissors chair, and the fold stool, to name a few. The chair doesn't seem much altered until the European Renaissance, beginning around the 15th century. It's then that we're introduced to the Savonarola chair, named after the Italian priest who owned it. It was similar in design to those updated Euclideas sat upon by ladies in ancient Greece. Though the structure resembled the Roman curved X, it had several overlapping wooden slats, rather than 2 frames crossed over. The slats of the chair rested on a base rail and typically had lion claws carved at the front. The chair usually included armrests and a backrest, the latter folding away on top of the chair. The addition of such features marked an important shift in the chair's design. Previous seats were deliberately made to be a tad uncomfortable. The hope was that this would encourage the seated official to perform their duties in a timely and efficient manner. While this was still true of the Savonarola chair, the inclusion of back support certainly made it more comfortable and closer to what would eventually become the deck chair, with its simple wooden frame free of decoration. Savonarola himself despised any kind of luxury and would likely have been disappointed by future updates to his chair. A century later, in the 1500s, the seat had become increasingly elaborate. It was common to see chairs made of the finest walnut, with reliefs carved into the backrest. Others were inlaid with metals and ivory, and upholstered in fabrics like silk or velvet. Such elaborate seating was common throughout Europe, not only in cathedrals, but in the homes and palaces of the wealthy elite. Inventories surviving from 17th century England detail the belongings of King Charles I. These include 6 folding chairs of crimson velvet, trimmed with gold lace. In an age of discovery and exploration, the chair's design had far-reaching influence. It was used by furniture designers across Europe and beyond as the basis for other chairs, folding and otherwise. The Glastonbury chair is an example of this, thought to have been used by the last abbot of Glastonbury in England. This chair was typically constructed from oak, including carved armrests and a full seat and backrest. It has the appearance of a folding chair, with X-shaped legs of 2 overlapping frames, though in fact it doesn't fold. Historians believe that the Glastonbury had been around since the early Middle Ages, before dropping out of use. Its re-emergence and popularity in the early 19th century makes it perhaps the closest ancestor of the early deck chair. These first began appearing on the decks of ocean liners in the 1860s, just 2 decades after these ships started transporting passengers across the ocean. There's some debate as to who invented the modern deck chair. John Cham of Boston, Massachusetts, took out a patent in 1855. This was for a folding chair, though it didn't yet include the canvas seat. Over 3 decades later, in 1886, an Englishman also obtained a patent for foldable and portable chairs. John Thomas Moore manufactured these chairs at his factory in Macclesfield. Moore produced two different types of deck chair. The hygienic was more of a rocking chair. It was marketed to help those with sluggish bowels, digestion being a hot topic amongst the Victorian public. The Waverley, as he called it, was the more typical deck chair, described as being suitable for a ship's deck or tennis lawn. The chair comprised 3 wooden frames, 2 crossed to form the age-old X shape. The third frame was used to prop up the seat's back. The Waverley is the first example of a deck chair that included a strip of canvas. It hung between the frames like the material of a hammock, allowing one to recline with feet on the ground. The original canvas was olive green in colour, but this would change over time. What was sometimes referred to as the Brighton Beach chair came to be known for its multicoloured stripes. Again, there's debate as to who made the changes. Some say the idea belonged to a Brit named Atkins. Others argue that it was American in design, pointing to an advert from 1882 showing the Yankee hammock chair. The earliest designs of the name deck chair can be traced in print to the late 19th century. It's mentioned in the novels of Edith Nesbit, author of The Railway Children, in the 1880s. A decade later, the name appears again, this time in the reading materials of P&O ocean liners. Passengers packing for their transatlantic cruise were encouraged to bring aboard their own deck chairs. By the early 20th century, ships would commonly carry inventory of deck chairs, sometimes with numbers in the thousands. They were typically those without a canvas, closer in appearance to John Cham's design. They are most obviously a forerunner to the sun lounger. Simple, elegant, and a little more upright. They had a tall back of wooden slats and a seat of either wood or woven wicker. They had curved armrests and leg rests too, ones that could be propped up and extended where required. The back legs displayed the bottom of the X shape, curved outwards like its Roman predecessor. It became normal practice for passengers aboard ocean liners to reserve a deck chair in a particular spot. The crew would write their name on paperboard and attach it to the seat, which would be theirs for the duration of their voyage. Now that the seat was more common and comfortable, you'd think that it would lose its link to status. But primarily, it was enjoyed by the wealthiest in society, those who could afford the coveted first-class ticket. With the advent of ocean liners and then cruise ships from the 1900s, perceptions of travel were beginning to change. The voyage was about more than simple necessity. It was something to be enjoyed as much as the destination. Cruise ships were designed to be like five-star hotels, with everything from ballrooms to gymnasiums and art galleries. Passengers could relax in luxurious surroundings, as happy aboard as when stopping at a location. Deck chairs fit in perfectly with this type of pleasure cruise. They exemplified a mixture of class and comfort. Passengers could relax on their portable thrones, enjoying a view of the ocean waves. The crew would bring out drinks and plates of biscuits. Blankets too, when the breeze was cool. At night, the chairs would be folded and stacked, leaving the promenade clear for walking. John Thomas More's Waverley, with its canvas seat, had initially been marketed for use on ship decks. But in his home country of England, it became far more common to see them lined up at the seaside. Like the nature of travel, this too was changing. The invention of train travel from around the 1820s meant that the seaside was more reachable and affordable. For centuries, well-to-do Brits had been heading to spa towns and the coast, often under doctor's orders. The sea air was said to be healing, and a dip in the water was thought to alleviate ailments. With trains came the beginning of the British seaside holiday. A middle-class family might enjoy a week in the sunshine, or a paid day off work after the Bank Holidays Act of 1871. As a result of its increased popularity, the landscape of the seaside changed. Over 70 piers were built at various locations between the 1860s and 1900s. They housed cafes, bandstands, magic shows, and fortune tellers. The coast was still a place of relaxation, but one with fun fairs, candy floss, brass bands, and ice cream cones. Canvas deck chairs became synonymous with this new type of seaside. From the 1900s, they began appearing on the piers and promenades, and arranged in rows on the coastal sands. Previously, tourists might have paid to sit down on the few wooden benches along the promenade. Now they could rent out comfortable deck chairs, claiming them as their own by the day or the hour. It was a trend that continued throughout the 20th century, reaching its peak in the 1950s and 60s. By this point, holidays were widely affordable, and deck chairs would be rented out in the tens of thousands. The chair that had once been a mark of status now became tied to leisure and relaxation. The image of its canvas dancing in the breeze brings with it the scent of salty sea air. The seat moves like the sail of a yacht, lifting up and down like the waves of the ocean. The chairs were also used in large public gatherings, particularly sporting events that took place on the grass. Spectators could lounge on their canvas seats whilst the croquet, tennis, or cricket played on. Equally, they were common at outdoor shows. Film footage from the 60s shows London's Hyde Park in the peak of summertime. We see the audience watching a brass band perform from rows of deck chairs beneath the shady trees. Today, the canvas deck chair is a rarely spotted creature, in its original form at least. You might come across them at summertime gatherings, like an outdoor concert, or within the grounds of a stately home. But you're less likely to see them in large numbers, parked on the sand of a British seaside. What you will likely see is an adapted form of John Cham's deck chair, the Sun Lounger. The back has been lengthened and ruts added so that the backrest can be positioned at different angles. One might easily adjust the back of the seat, sitting up to read a book or to sip a cool drink. It's also possible to recline completely, to sunbathe or nap on a flat surface. The seat and leg rest have been merged to form a flat, bed-like shape. It's usual for a towel to be draped across the lounger, a makeshift mattress providing extra comfort. The Sun Lounger has become a piece of commonplace furniture. You'll find them in gardens, on beaches, and poolsides. Anywhere involving leisure and relaxation. And the next time you use one, perhaps you'll remember the rich history of this portable throne. the desert road stretches out before you, all the way to the horizon, like a black ribbon laid across the sand. On either side of the car, the vast and open landscape extends as far as the eye can see. Green and brown succulents, cacti, and other hardy plants dot the arid terrain. Patches of beige dirt fill the space between them. Here and there, a lone lizard or jackrabbit ventures out into the sun, though most animals are tucked away during the heat of the day. You are nice and cool in your car as you make your way across this expansive desert to the oasis that awaits you at the end of the road. The miles behind you have been marked by subtle changes in the landscape. The cacti getting a little larger in some places. In others, the mesquite trees becoming more prominent. It's a strikingly beautiful environment, you think to yourself. It's harsh and delicate in turn. You continue down the road for several more miles until it begins to narrow and more sand encroaches on the sides of the pavement. It's as though the desert itself knows your journey is coming to a close and is guiding you to your final destination. A few minutes later, it comes into view. The dense clusters of tall palm trees are pleasing to the eye after so many miles of flat ground and sparse plant life. It truly is an oasis in the desert, a burst of greenery and life, fed by the waters of a natural spring. Water is precious in this place, and the trees are a signal to all around that its nurturing presence can be found here. You drive up to the beige and brown stone wall encircling the resort, where you'll be spending the next several days. An elegant, cursive sign points you in the right direction. You drive around a group of palm trees whose trunks curve up and around each other, and past a display of succulents arranged in giant pots. Finally, you come to the building marked Reception. You park the car in a shaded space and leave the comfort of the air conditioning for the dry heat of the desert air. You welcome the change in temperature as you get out of the car. When the warm air envelops you, it reminds you of how it feels to stand in front of an oven when you open it to pull out a batch of freshly baked cookies. The heat prickles your skin ever so slightly as your body adjusts to the new temperature. A dry breeze blows over you, rustling the light fabric of your shirt. It helps cool you off and carries with it the scent of wild sage and warm sand. You take a deep breath, welcoming the aromatic air into your lungs. Then you sigh it out, savouring the herbal scent that fills your nose on the exhale. Without hurrying, you make your way into the reception area. A pair of automatic doors glides open as you approach, sending a hint of cool air conditioning out into the warmth that surrounds you. The chill from inside ripples pleasantly across your skin as you once again enter a new environment. Inside the building, the ambience is everything you'd hoped it would be. A rock fountain trickles in the corner of the entryway, and a tiny wind chime signals your arrival, nudged by the gentle rush of air from the open doors. Your footsteps echo off the natural stone-tiled floor and the beige and peach stone walls. Everything about this room was designed with the surrounding environment in mind. The colour palette mirrors the neutral hues of the desert, and the stone keeps the interior cool, no matter how warm it is outside. From behind a tall counter, the receptionist welcomes you to the resort. He smiles and hands you a key to your very own bungalow, tucked away behind the main building. Then he unfolds a paper map, carefully circling all the points of interest with a bright red pen. There's the path of the lazy river, which winds its way through the centre of the resort, a wave pool and a hot tub for relaxing at the end of the day. You thank him for his help and slip the key into your pocket. Leaving behind the trickling fountain and wind chime in the entryway, you head back out into the heat to move your car to its spot in front of your bungalow. The receptionist drew arrows on the map, directing you around the back of the building to the end of the row of cottages. You drive slowly, admiring the thoughtful landscaping. It features native plants which thrive in this environment without too much water. Whoever designed the space had an eye for detail and a love for the desert, you can tell. You pull up to your bungalow and park in your very own space, which sits in the protective shade of several date palms. You sling your bag over your shoulder and use the key to open the tanned-coloured door leading inside. The bungalow is the perfect size for you. A large bed is situated against the back wall, with crisp white sheets that look both cool and inviting. There's a coffee table in the middle of the room, decorated with tiny succulents in palm-sized pots. A little kitchenette takes up one corner, and you spot a large pitcher filled with ice water and slices of cucumber and mint. You pour yourself a glass and enjoy the refreshing taste of the cold water as you glance around your home away from home, Like the reception area, the walls and floor are made of natural stone. Slipping off your shoes, you relish the feeling of the cool stone beneath your feet. You'll be perfectly comfortable here for the next few days, you think. You pull out your map and look at your options for the rest of the day. You'd like to start with the lazy river, which you hope will give you a glimpse of the rest of the complex. On the counter, you find a booklet with information about the resort. It tells you that every bungalow comes equipped with its very own inner tube or raft, and the riverside is just steps away from the back door. Putting down your glass, you walk to the far end of the bungalow and open the sliding glass door. You step out onto the veranda, feeling the change in temperature between the inside and outside floor, which has been warmed by the day. There's a cozy-looking wicker table and set of chairs beneath the protective roof. You find that the booklet was right. The lazy river curves right past your bungalow. It looks like a swimming pool in the shape of a meandering stream that twists and turns through the resort. A gentle current keeps the water moving in one direction and will carry you around the entire course unless you choose to get out at a different location. A set of shallow stairs will lead you down into the water when you're ready. Leaning up against the wall of the cottage is a large blue inner tube. It's shaped like a donut, and you can't wait to float down the river on top of it. You head back into the bungalow and put on your swimsuit and sunscreen. From your bag, you pull out a large, floppy hat. You pour some of the cucumber mint ice water into a large plastic jug and are ready to go. The blue inner tube is easy to lift. You carry it over to the concrete deck beside the lazy river. Carefully, you slide it over the edge into the water and sit down on top of it. It's big enough that you're able to recline comfortably, with your feet over one side of the donut and your back and neck supported by the other. There's a cup holder by your hand, perfect for your jug of ice water. With a slight push, you're off, floating down the river with ease. You lean your head back and let it rest on the curve of the inner tube. Your large hat shades your face from the bright sun overhead. You can feel its warmth on your arms and legs. Your hands and feet hang over the side of the inner tube, far enough that you can dip them into the cool water whenever you'd like, helping to keep you at the perfect temperature all the time. As you drift around a bend in the river, you let your fingertips hang into the water. The slight current pulls you along at a steady pace, and you feel thin trails of water following your finger's path. Every once in a while, you lightly tap the surface of the water, sending up delicate splashes onto the side of the inner tube. They make a hollow sound, like a beach ball landing in the sea. Out of the corner of your eye, you see the other bungalows drift by slowly. They are similar to yours, with covered porches and thick stone walls. After a while, you close your eyes and focus on the bends and curves of the river. You can feel the inner tube being tugged delicately this way and that, kept in the center of the flow by unseen forces in the water. For that reason, you never move near the edge of the river unless you want to. For now, you're content to travel the middle path through its aquamarine waters. Date palms rustle in the breeze. You enjoy the sound of the fronds tapping against each other as they sway back and forth. Occasionally, you hear the sound of a sliding door opening or closing as other guests move out onto the veranda or back into the cool sanctuary of their cottages. Your inner tube rounds another bend, and you let your foot dangle into the water. Your toes skim across the surface, sending up droplets that land on your shins and knees. In your mind, you think you can feel them all individually, cooling your skin on contact. You smile to yourself, perfectly relaxed on this private river of yours. Opening your eyes once again, you see the lazy river is carrying you past the reception building and another structure that features a restaurant and lounge. Perhaps you'll visit those later on, after you've finished taking advantage of the rest of the outdoor activities. You leisurely sip the ice water, occasionally holding a piece of ice on your tongue for a few seconds, enjoying the feeling of it melting in your mouth. It's a delightful contrast to the warm air that surrounds you, and the perfect complement to the cool river water splashing on your feet. After a few minutes more, you see the wave pool off in the distance. The resort has anticipated your every need, having placed a set of stairs leading out of the river at just the right bend. You use your body to nudge the inner tube toward the riverside and take hold of the concrete edge. With a plop, you slip off the donut into the water and then climb out of the river. You pull the inner tube up onto the deck and leave it in a safe place. You can always return to it later once you've finished exploring. The wave pool makes itself known by the gentle lapping of its current, followed by an occasional build-up of rushing water, ending in a satisfying crash, like waves upon a rocky shore. But as there's no coastline here, you know it's the sound of the waves against the concrete poolside. That doesn't make it any less pleasing to the ears, you think. You can't wait to dip your toes into its delightfully cool water. For the most part, it's a slightly lighter shade of aquamarine than the lazy river, due to its more gradual change in depth. It looks like it would be fun to head to the deep end, where you could kick your legs up off the bottom and bob along with the waves as they crest. But you're in a more relaxed mood now, so you opt for sitting in the most shallow part of the pool, stretching your legs out and resting your back against the side. This part of the pool is far enough away from where the waves break that you can just enjoy the gentle lapping as they softly come to the end of their journey. You close your eyes and embrace the rhythmic motion of the water against your legs. With every breaking wave, a rush of water lifts your feet up, holding them suspended for just a moment. It's as though just a part of you is floating, carefree, in the ocean. As the current draws back again, your legs come to rest on the smooth concrete bottom of the pool. Over and over again, this cycle repeats. Crashing wave, floating feet, and resting once again. You aren't sure how long you sit like this in the wave pool, but after a while, you notice a reddish glow behind your eyelids. It's the changing light as sunset approaches, illuminating the desert in hues of apricot, fuchsia, and gold. The stone walls of the resort take on the vibrant sunset colours too. It's as though you're surrounded by a spectacular watercolour, which dances with the shifting light. With every evening comes cooler temperatures. Leaving the lapping of the wave pool behind, you go to find the hot tub. It's the perfect way to end your very first day here. The tub is located on a stone platform at the edge of the resort. In an instant, you understand why it was placed here. It affords stunning views of the landscape, now painted in evening hues of violet and peach. It's raised above the ground, so you climb a few steps to get to the edge. Slowly, you dip one toe in at a time. The water is warm and inviting. Now, with the air cooling off, You find the tub is a few degrees warmer than the ambient temperature. Inch by inch, you immerse yourself in the water. You find a built-in seat and rest on it with your back against the side. The jets turn on, sending thick columns of bubbles into the tub. You hold your arms out in front of you, watching how they float near the surface, held aloft by the powerful streams of water and bubbles. All around, the desert settles in for the night. Nocturnal animals make their first forays out into the world, now that the heat of the day has passed. The first stars begin to twinkle in the heather-coloured sky. The date palms stand tall, casting long, thin shadows across the ground. Later tonight, you'll go to the restaurant and lounge, then head back to your bungalow with its comfortable bed and crisp white sheets. But for now, you rest your head against the back of the hot tub, allowing your body and mind to relax in the warm and soothing water. The bubbles massage your lower back and shoulders. Your arms and legs float gently up and down. A light breeze evaporates the water droplets on your face and neck, sending a pleasant tingle down your spine. This really is paradise, you think, resting here in a hot tub at your very own oasis in the desert. Sylvia relaxes into the cool leather seat of the taxi. She watches Funchal Airport drift away and is immediately enraptured with the view of Madeira. Madeira is a fertile island in the Atlantic just west of Morocco. It is the tip of an ancient volcano, poking its green head out of the expansive ocean. The island is one giant peak, with valleys so deep and green that Sylvia imagines the secrets of the world are hiding there. Funchal, the capital, is less a busy metropolis and more a dusting of tile-topped buildings across the hills and valleys. Between cream-coloured houses with rust-coloured hats are banana trees. In fact, every inch of the ground in the city that is too steep for a building is populated with banana trees. The bunches of still green bananas are covered in protective canvas bags, like sacks of presents waiting to be opened. Sylvia can't help but be amazed at the way the roads twist and turn gracefully with each hill and valley. Tunnels and bridges are numerous, but each piece of infrastructure on the island seems to be designed to preserve the natural beauty of the mountainous terrain. As the taxi goes through town, Sylvia spots a local park filled to the brim with more plant species than she has ever seen in one place. There are huge cacti standing like sentinels. There are sprawling succulents 1,000 times bigger than the little ones she manages to grow in her apartment back home. There are elephant ear plants with leaves so large she could wrap herself in one. Sylvia makes a mental note to explore the park further tomorrow. The dark volcanic soil on Madeira makes it a fruitful island, allowing the locals to be nearly self-sufficient. They grow bananas and sugarcane as their main exports. The smaller neighbouring Desertas Islands are still uninhabited, but teams of locals sail to them in turns to act as custodians of the wild flora and fauna. Madeirans take great pride in caring not only for their own island, but also for the Desertas. Sylvia's taxi drops her off at the marina. She thanks the driver for the ride, his good service, and for taking her luggage to the hotel for her. He tells her to have fun and thanks her for visiting Madeira. Sylvia walks from beneath the shade of massive palm trees and onto the boardwalk. It is lined on one side with boat tour companies, seafood restaurants, and bars. On the other side are boats of all kinds floating peacefully on the glistening water. Sylvia has a few minutes before the first event of her vacation and decides to get a closer look at the water. She perches on a large grey rock that juts out from the boardwalk and peers into the water. It is clear and clean, like a piece of aquamarine glass. Sylvia notices some motion just under the surface. She watches the crabs going about their activities. Some relax in the sun, while others seem to be engaged in serious crab business. Before long, Sylvia leaves the crabs for a dolphin and whale watching tour. She and a few other tourists put on life vests and take their seats in a bright yellow boat. The skipper and the biologist that lead the tour welcome everyone on board. The biologist, a local woman named Carolina, tells them that the morning boat tour saw a lot of animals, and she is hopeful for the same this afternoon. The skipper, Antonio, expertly guides the yellow boat out of the marina and into the open ocean. They stay near the shore, following the coast around the island. From here, Sylvia can enjoy the beautiful landscape from a new perspective. Outside of Funchal, there are great swathes of mountainside covered in emerald green vegetation. Around the peak of the mountain is a permanent crown of fluffy white clouds. The clouds seem soft and weightless. They remind Sylvia of a picture of herself at age 5, sitting in the bathtub wearing a crown and a beard of bubbles that weighed nothing at all. Sylvia turns her attention back toward the land. The island is larger than Sylvia realized, and she appreciates that much of the terrain outside the towns has been left wild. Sylvia closes her eyes for a moment and enjoys the energizing feeling of the sea spray and the wind in her hair. The boat slows outside a small village on the coast. Carolina tells everyone that another boat saw a seal in this area half an hour ago. She encourages everyone to be patient and keep their eyes peeled. After a few moments, Sylvia sees a little grey-blue head bobbing in the water. Everyone is delighted by the sight of such a normally shy creature. The seal examines their boat curiously. Sylvia is struck by its large, soulful eyes. The seal snorts playfully at the boat before disappearing into the blue water. As Sylvia and the other tourists turn to one another, they realize that they are all smiling with silent joy from the encounter. Carolina congratulates them on the experience, pointing out that it is rare to see a seal, even for her. Antonio takes the boat further out to sea, where they have a higher chance of spotting whales or dolphins. While there are a few companies on the island that run tours like this, all of them are fiercely protective of their waters and animal life. Carolina tells the passengers that they stay with a group of animals for no longer than 10 minutes so as not to stress them out, and they never go swimming with the animals during calving season. Carolina beams as she declares to the boat that calving season means a lot of babies are around, and to have their cameras at the ready. Just then, Antonio slows the boat and points to a particular area in the water. They have come across a pod of spotted dolphins. Sylvia is amazed at the speed with which they chase one another around. Carolina points out how many mothers and calves there are, more than Sylvia can even count. The spotted dolphins are recognizable by the spots on their sides and bellies. The small dolphins circle around the boat, jumping and playing. They are attracted to the yellow colour, but Carolina assures the group that this is also because dolphins are intelligent creatures. She says that they know when they meet other friendly beings like humans. After 10 delightful minutes of laughing and watching, Antonio announces that it is time to move on. He tells everyone to sit down and the boat begins to move. Then Carolina gets a call on her radio that common dolphins have been seen not far from their location. The common dolphins are slightly larger and have a grey stripe down their sides. This pod is less playful than the last and is intent on fishing. Everyone in the boat watches in awe as these intelligent aquatic mammals coordinate with one another to feed on a shoal of sardines. After a few minutes, the boat turns back towards land. As Antonio urges the yellow boat faster, Sylvia is enveloped by the wonderful feeling of the wind whipping her hair. She takes a deep breath in, unable to keep a wide smile from breaking across her face, and laughs in pure joy. As the boat returns to the marina and slows, Sylvia reflects on the excursion. She is overjoyed. She has never seen animals that intimately out in the wild. Sylvia takes a moment to appreciate the way Carolina and Antonio put the safety of Madeira's animal neighbours first. She thanks them for an unforgettable day. Back on dry land, Sylvia decides to wander through downtown Funchal. She turns inland from the marina and follows the cobblestone streets uphill. Her attention is caught by the sound of music drifting from an alleyway. Sylvia follows the alley to its end and is greeted by an array of colours, rhythms, and sweet scents. She has happened upon the flower festival. There are stalls selling Madeiran cultural items and trinkets, such as cork hats and purses. A sweet young girl helping her mother run the cork stall offers Sylvia a poppy, the flower of Madeira. The scent of the flower immediately eclipses Sylvia's senses. It is sweet and floral, showering her in an aura of peace. Flowers of all colours are everywhere, in bunches at flower stalls, in women's hair, growing from huge pots dotted along the street. It is a heavenly walk through the sweetest perfumes. There are beautiful women in traditional outfits covered in flowers, their colourful skirts gliding around them as they stop to chat and take pictures with anyone who asks. They seem to be almost floating down the streets like brightly coloured angels. There is a small concert in the square with jazz music. Sylvia stops to listen to an older woman with a beautiful voice sing a lovely rendition of "Come Fly With Me." She feels as though she could fly to the moon with no help at all. As Sylvia wanders away from the busy streets and up the mountain, she appreciates the way the small alleys are roofed with flags or flowers. a pair of cats lounge in a pile in the sun. One of them opens an eye as Sylvia approaches and detangles itself. Sylvia pets the cat for a few minutes before it returns to its nap. Sylvia continues her walk up the mountain, following signs for a famous local landmark. She is enticed by the rumour of gardens so beautiful that they rival those of Babylon. It is one of the reasons she was so keen to visit Madeira. When she reaches the botanical gardens, she finds them even more incredible than she imagined. They cover a massive area with seemingly endless varieties of plant life. Sylvia starts at the top and slowly begins her descent through the gardens. Along the many paths are tiles set into the garden walls, depicting the history of Madeira. The tiles are all hand-painted and bright. Some areas simply have tiles with patterns, each one more complex and beautiful than the last. As she walks, flowers, shrubs, and trees vie for her attention. Sylvia is drawn to a twisted olive tree with a thick trunk and small blue leaves. A plaque at the base of the tree tells her that it is over 1,000 years old. It lived for nearly 500 years in Rome before the Romans brought it to Madeira and planted it on the island. Sylvia reflects on the centuries of history this tree has seen as she examines its white bark. Birds sing throughout the garden, and Sylvia can hear a peacock in the distance. She happens upon a small pond with stepping stones that take her to the peacock enclosure. A large bird calls to her as she approaches. He is perched on a branch nearly 15 feet in the air. His iridescent tail is draped behind him. Each of the feathers ends with an eye that shines purple, gold, and green in the afternoon sun. His blue-green body shimmers as he raises his head and gives another soulful call. Sylvia attempts to mimic his call and receives a ruffled look in return. Further down the path, Sylvia finds a red bridge that crosses a small creek. She stops and enjoys the view for a moment. From this point, she can see all the way down the botanical gardens, each level and path leading to a new statue or exotic plant. Through the many shades of green, bright spots of orange catch her eye from the birds of paradise in bloom. Sweet smells are carried through the garden air by the ocean breeze. Having descended through the gardens on one side, Sylvia decides to go back up again on the other. She doesn't want to miss a single thing. She reaches the gates of the botanical gardens just in time for the final tourists to filter out. It's closing time. Sylvia checks the sun and sees that it is still quite high in the sky. She wanders down a side street until she finds a path that leads down a valley. Sylvia can hear water in the distance and makes up her mind to find the source. Green moss grows between each stone of the narrow, cobbled path. The way slopes down towards the sound of the water and is shaded by towering eucalyptus trees. They are not native to this island, but were planted here by the Portuguese settlers. Sylvia enjoys their relaxing scent in the air. The air becomes cooler, but not cold, as she descends into the valley. The path remains clear, and she can see that it leads up to the other side. Yellow, orange, and pink flowers dot the way. Sylvia pauses to take a closer look at the sweet flowers. The yellow ones look as though someone came with watercolour paint to give them all a little swipe of orange at the centre. Bees fly between and around them. Sylvia continues on, eager to find the water. At the bottom of the valley, there is a stone bridge that crosses a large creek. Sylvia peers over the bridge, watching the clear water running over the stones. Then she notices a simple footpath leading down to the creek. Sylvia follows it to the source, a waterfall that seems to spring from the very heart of the island itself. The water is crystal clear and the air is fresh. Sylvia traces the journey of the water in her mind. From the snowmelt hidden beneath the cloud crown of the island, down through water-carved valleys, and finally to the happy creek at her feet. Sylvia climbs from boulder to boulder, down the creek to the rapids below the bridge. Here, she finds a particularly large boulder and takes a comfortable seat. She feels the moss beneath her fingers, soft and velvety. She listens to the sound of the water. Something within her is calmed by its familiar rhythm. Her heart rate slows and she breathes more deeply. She watches the water move slowly downstream. Between and over any obstruction, water always finds a way. It flows, redirects, speeds up, and slows down as needed. It makes its own path through nature, bringing fresh nutrients that sustain everything along the way. Beyond the sound of the water, Sylvia hears a delicate bird song, accompanied by the rustling and whispering of the towering trees. She turns her eyes to the giants around her and notices the soft movement of the upper branches. she allows her eyes to be unfocused and feels like she can see the island breathing through the movement of the trees. The sound of the creek in her ears is like the happy murmuring of the island telling her its secrets. Sylvia takes these moments to reconnect with her own body. She enjoys the feeling of breathing steadily in synchronicity with the breath of the trees. Beyond the bridge, Sylvia has a view of the rest of the valley, leading to the ocean. She sees the trail of light grey clouds that flows from the mountain behind her to North Africa and to other points beyond. She imagines that the island of Madeira is sending out a bit of itself on those clouds, some of its peace and abundance. In her mind, Sylvia joins the clouds' journey. She begins at the very tip of the island. Below her, she can see the whole of Madeira, all green vegetation and black volcanic soil. The little houses and villages dot the mountain all the way down to the shore. She travels with the clouds across the marina and can peek into the shining sea. She spots the dolphins, happy to play and eat around the island until the weather changes and they must make room for others in these clean, plentiful waters. Sylvia sees all of Madeira and the desertas, paradises out in the ocean. Then Sylvia brings her mind back to her body. She feels relaxed and rested and opens her eyes to the now orange sunlight. The sun is setting and gently reminding her that it is time to start her journey back to town. Sylvia follows the steep footpath back to the bridge, where she pauses. She takes a moment to appreciate the creek and her secret time here. As she turns to start her ascent back the way she came, Sylvia notices that the orange light of the sun has changed everything around her. The usually leaf-green trees are now a bright yellow-green. The dark earth is sun-kissed. Even the yellow and orange flowers seem to glow with an inner brightness. The sun reflects off each cobblestone, so Sylvia feels as though she is following a path of gold. Eventually, she arrives at the top of the path just in time to see the sun reach the horizon. Her way has led her to the top of the valley ridge, with a view of the west. The clouds over the ocean are painted orange, pink, purple, and yellow. Each colour blends seamlessly into the next, creating half a dozen new shades in combination. They are set against the sky, which fades from light blue to a beautiful violet. As the sun dips its head, Sylvia notices stars are already starting to break through the dimming light. She observes how the few early stars glittering in the sky mirror the sea below. With the sea and sky shining around her, Sylvia bids a final farewell to the sun and enjoys the end to her day on Madeira. The trail branches off a road which is tucked away in the forest. There are few who ever come this way, and fewer still who leave the road itself and head down the narrow dirt path on foot. But for the lucky ones who find this hidden spot, wonderful things await them at the end of the trail. Today is the day you'll venture out. Already, your mind is filled with anticipation about the relaxing time you'll have at the spa. So, you take a deep breath and then step onto the trail. All around you, tall trees loom overhead. Their branches are thick and tangled, making it hard to see the sky. Occasionally, you catch a glimpse of a distant patch of blue through the canopy. You imagine it's a lovely, sunny day outside the protective embrace of the forest. Here, it's shady and cool, with a light breeze. The forest feels like its own protected ecosystem. The thick greenery above keeps the temperature a few degrees cooler than it would be elsewhere, and a certain dampness seems to linger, as though rain is never too far off. The ground is covered in pine needles and other plant debris. White, grey and brown rocks dot the landscape. The occasional boulder appears between the trees. In fact, you're approaching one now, on the right side of the trail. It looks as though it tumbled to this spot from some enormous, far-off mountain. Or perhaps a giant tossed it here, like something out of a fairy tale, you think with a smile. It seems almost out of place, and yet the way the moss has grown up its rough sides and covered it in a soft blanket of green makes it appear to be in perfect harmony with its surroundings. Walking on, you come to a fallen tree. The thick and gnarled trunk lies at an angle across the path. You step over it carefully, being sure not to tangle your clothes in the tiny branches poking up from its side. Here in the forest, you feel as though you're in an ancient place. You think of all the years the trees have stood here, how many ages the rocks have watched pass by. There's something humbling about standing amidst such old and pristine nature. you realize how much time has come and gone before you got to this place, and how the forest will continue long after you've left. It's also reaffirming to know you're part of something larger than yourself, understanding that there is a grand world out there, and you are a tiny yet unique and significant speck within it. You continue on, considering boundless ideas of time and space as you enjoy the comforting crunch of the pine needles beneath your feet. With every step you take, you immerse yourself further in this special forest. You travel deeper into the trees, enjoying how the refreshing greenery surrounds you on all sides. There's a thin-stemmed plant with fern-like leaves that stands about as tall as you. It's a bright, fresh green that reminds you of a spring morning. The dense pines are a darker shade that makes you think of winter, snow, and hot chocolate. Delicate plants appear behind the occasional tree trunk or stone. Their leaves boast intricate patterns, spots, stripes, and random splodges. After a while, you reach a meadow where bursts of wildflowers vie for your attention in every direction. Vibrant reds, oranges, pinks and blues fill the green space. Every time the breeze picks up a little, the grass flutters, shimmering gold. You could easily spend the next several hours lounging about right here in the meadow. It would be the perfect spot to lay out a picnic blanket and read a good book. But still, you're curious to see what you'll find at the end of the trail. So, you keep walking with the beauty of the wildflowers lingering in your mind. Before long, you feel the dirt path give way to a narrow boardwalk beneath your feet. The wooden boards are raised slightly above the ground. Pausing for a moment, you take a look around. Between clusters of trees, you catch sight of small pools of water. They seem almost like large puddles, except for the multitude of plants growing in and around them. You realize you've come to a marshland tucked away in the woods. This must mean you're getting close to your destination. You know the spa is fed by mineral-rich springs in the area, and you imagine the boggy ground is a sign you're in the right place. With every step, the boards creak underfoot. It reminds you of walking upstairs in an old house, and you find it familiar and comforting in a way. The sound echoes off the tree trunks, intermingling with the chirping of insects and the occasional bird song. You walk on, falling into an easy rhythm with your feet. The boardwalk stretches out before you. It curves this way and that, leading you ever deeper into the forest. But then you spot a little hut in the distance. It's circular, with smooth, dark brown wooden walls and a sloping roof. You follow the boardwalk closer and closer, right up to the door of the hut. On it is a handwritten sign. Welcome to the Forest Spa. You are invited to enjoy any of the hot tubs, pools, and saunas we have here for as long as you'd like. Don't forget, extra towels can be found at the entrance to any of our bathing areas. And you're welcome to rest in one of our private cabins for the night. Have a lovely stay. What a pleasant greeting, you think to yourself, as you push open the door and step inside. The circular room is small and cozy. In the centre is a wooden bench with a tiny vase of wildflowers on one side. Up and down the walls are shelves full of everything you could possibly need during your time here. Several baskets are scattered around the room, purpose-made to hold the items you choose. There are stacks of soft, white towels in multiple sizes, tied together with silver ribbons. Fragrant bars of soap are piled high within their own cabinets. Some are a solid colour, while others have a marbled appearance. You sniff them one by one and choose a bar with cream and purple swirls that smells like soothing lavender. Rows of tea lights and other candles stand at attention. You pick 2 to put next to the bath in your cabin tonight. Tiny jars of essential oils, no bigger than your thumb, lend the air of an old-timey apothecary. Their glass ranges from bottle green to sky blue, and every single one gives off the most luscious aroma. You choose a little black bottle of peppermint oil to take with you. There are lotions in delightful scents, like raspberry vanilla, sea salt and lime, hibiscus and pineapple, and sandalwood. Bottles and bars of shampoo, conditioner, and body wash are piled in their own deep baskets. You explore the options before picking a few that sound good to you. Once your personal basket is full, you have only a couple more things left to get before you leave the hut. On the opposite wall are metal hooks with long silk and terry cloth bathrobes. You choose a cloth robe for bathing and a silk one for later on tonight in your cabin. hooking your fingers through the tops of a pair of bathing slippers. You're ready to explore the spa. You walk out onto the boardwalk on the other side of the hut and glance around. Straight in front of you is the first bathing pool. Just beyond is a smaller second pool. You read the signs on each. The first is the hottest spring-fed pool available here. The second is closer to body temperature. You continue on through a wooden archway that leads to a hub of sorts. Several paths meet here in this spot. To your right, signs point to the sauna and a cold pool. To your left is a salt room and the delightfully named Ring of Rest. It's a circle of benches tucked away in a grove of tall pines where you can sit and contemplate quietly without being disturbed. Straight ahead is the outdoor hot tub, which is where you decide to head now. The boardwalk crosses through an enclosed hall where extra towels are stacked on the shelves. The sign you read earlier was right. There do seem to be plenty of soft, fresh towels whenever you need them. Just ahead, you see a changing room. There's no one else around, so you walk inside and get into your bathing suit, leaving your walking clothes and shoes behind in a wooden cubby. You wrap the comfy terry cloth bathrobe around you and nudge your toes into the slippers. Your heels are free, and the shoes make a quiet flopping sound with every step. As you make your way to the tub, you pull your robe close around you. It's so warm and snuggly. You feel as though you never want to take it off. But when the hot tub comes into view, you realize it somehow seems even more inviting than eternity in the softest robe you've ever felt. The exterior of the hot tub is made of wood. It rises above the ground, higher than you are tall, and has a wooden ladder for you to climb up and into it. Beside the tub is another bench for you to leave your bathrobe, towel, and slippers. After shedding your outerwear, you carefully climb up. Pausing for a moment, you gaze down into the warm, bubbling water, savouring the anticipation you feel. You can imagine how good it will be to sink down into the soothing water, and you want to enjoy every minute. When you're ready, you lift your leg over the side and dip your toes into the tub. Just as you thought, it's the perfect temperature for relaxing in on a cool day like today. You bring your other leg up and over and slip the bottom half of your body into the water. You float a little as you find a seat against the wall of the tub. bubbles churn around your chest, and jets push therapeutic streams against your back and hips. It's like a water massage, you think, relaxing into the sensation. A thin layer of steam rises from the water, cloaking you in an ethereal mist. At times, it clouds your view of the forest, but sometimes you can see clearly into the trees ahead. The tub is situated perfectly in a thick part of the woods. Dense pines surround you here, lending a sense of grandeur to the experience. Leaning your head back against the side of the tub, you sit quietly and watch the natural motions of the forest. An occasional bird flits from branch to branch. The pines dance lightly in the breeze. Every once in a while, a pine cone or twig falls from a tree, making the slightest sound and catching your eye with the movement. Then you focus on your other senses. Closing your eyes, you allow the rest of your awareness to take over. The forest air is clean and crisp. Tendrils of steam reach your nose, reminiscent of taking a hot shower. The bubbles massage your skin, while the streams of warm water do the same to your muscles and back. You can hear distant birdsong, which mixes with the regular churning and foaming sounds emanating from the tub. This environment is so restful and relaxing. It would be quite easy to fall asleep sitting here in the hot tub. But there are more places you'd like to see before you turn in for the night. Slowly, you climb out of the tub and back down the ladder. You wrap your warm towel around you to dry off, and then exchange it for the bathrobe and slippers. Then you turn back the way you came in order to head for the salt room. When you first step inside, the beauty of the room itself takes your breath away. Large chunks of salt, backlit with gemstone-coloured lamps, stand against every wall, which are also made of salt. The floor is covered with tiny granules that feels like soft sand beneath your feet. You take a seat on a wooden chair provided for you in the middle of the room. When you're comfortable, the overhead lights go out and the room comes to life. The richly coloured lamps give their full effect in the darkness. Warming reds, vibrant blues and greens shine behind the salt blocks, which look like enormous crystals and gems. Some of the lights dance across the walls, as though you're sitting in a kaleidoscope. the patterns and colours lull you into a restful state until you can feel your eyelids beginning to grow heavy. Before long, you doze off. After a while, your eyelids flutter open again. Blinking gently, you regain your bearings. It seems you took a cat nap in the salt room. You smile, thinking how lovely it is to experience this setting at your own pace, not having to rush anywhere or arrive at any particular time. You're free to be as slow as you'd like here. It's probably getting on towards evening, so it might be nice to find your cabin and start settling in for the night, you think. You stand up from the chair and take a big stretch, raising your arms over your head and yawning as you do. At the entrance to the room, you find your slippers and put them on, before making your way down the boardwalk. You collect your belongings from the first cubby room, and then follow a new path around the back of the spring-fed pools. You'll visit those another day, for sure. Back here, you find a handful of quaint cabins scattered through the woods. Each one is surrounded by a stand of trees, making them feel more private and peaceful. You choose one a little further away from the rest. From here, your view is of the pristine forest alone. You savour the solitude to be found in a place like this. Opening the front door, you enter the cabin, which is the perfect size for you. There's a comfy-looking bed, some chairs, and a small table. But the crowning feature of the room is the large, clawfoot tub standing in front of a floor-to-ceiling glass window. This is the perfect place to end a lovely day, you decide. You set your basket of goodies down on a short table nearby and run the bath, testing the water temperature with your fingertips. For this bath, you'd like to use the lavender soap. There's a bamboo tray fitted across the top of one end of the tub. It holds a glass of water and a small vase of flowers already. But there's room for a bit more. You set the soap there, so it will be in reach, and then take out one of the tea lights. Once lit, you watch the delicate flame as it flickers softly, casting long shadows on the walls and reflecting in the glass. When the bath is ready, you climb in. The scent of the lavender soap fills your senses. It rises with the steam, like a wave of calm washing over your body. You sink down into the bath until only your head is still above water. Its gentle embrace warms you to your core, relaxing every muscle in your body and soothing every thought in your mind. You aren't sure how long you lay there, watching the reflection of the candle flickering in the window on a backdrop of deep, dark forest. When you're finished, you climb back out and dry off with a fresh towel. Then you wrap yourself in the silk bathrobe, which feels slippery and cool to the touch. It's as though you're wearing a gentle breeze. You turn off the lights and climb into bed, sliding your body down in between the crisp sheets. From the comfort of your pillow, you can see out one of the larger windows on the far side of the cabin. As you lay here, you watch the leaves and pine needles rustling on the branches. The moon rises in the sky, which turns darker as night falls. Soon, it's full of twinkling stars. You close your eyes and feel your mind come to rest. And then you drift off into a deep and restful sleep, here in your own hidden spa in the forest. You're standing at a tree-lined trailhead with your two guides, Kyle and Zoe. They know this land well and are discussing the upcoming trip with bright smiles. Bulging backpacks lay at their feet in matching sea green canvas. You can see the outlines of water bottles and saucepans pushing against the sides of the packs, which are filled to capacity. The irregular shapes remind you of all the effort that's gone into getting ready for the journey ahead. They and you are well prepared to begin your hike along the 6-foot track, a trail that will lead you through the Blue Mountains of New South Wales, Australia. 2 days from now, you'll arrive at the marvellous and mysterious Jenolan Caves. Hidden within the extensive cave network are abandoned mines, colourful lights that dance on the walls, and tiny passages that twist and turn like an unravelling string. Along the way, you plan to camp at 2 lovely and remote sites, nothing more than isolated clearings that will allow you some space for your thoughts. The entrance to the trail is marked by the explorer's tree. Once it was a tall and proud gum tree that was reduced to a blackened stump by a mighty flash of lightning some years ago. You're grateful for the pleasant weather now. The wind nuzzles your cheeks gently as the sun splashes warmth over your nose. You've decided to head out in the early afternoon in order to make it to your first campsite by nightfall. Kyle and Zoe nod at you, and all three packs are hoisted up in unison. It's time to head out onto the trail. The rustling canopy of leaves and branches fends off the sun as you take your first steps towards Jenolan Caves. The descent begins soon after. Here and there, splotches of green paddock mingle with swathes of sturdy eucalyptus. The track is well maintained, with wooden retainers creating a staircase through the forest. Crisp brown leaves carpet the floor, crackling beneath your feet. Elusive bellbirds chime and echo from the treetops, flitting between nests hidden from sight. You and your guides chat casually for now, filling the space between footsteps with easy conversation. The air is fresh and smells of the dewy bark hugging the tall trees. Every step down the wooden stairs is slightly cooler as the sun retreats silently from the valley. As you watch, a flash of yellow rockets through the trees, sparkling amongst the understated greens and browns. A bellbird lands on the track ahead, sending up a small plume of fragile dust in its wake. Unconcerned about your presence, the bird hops around, swiveling its neck this way and that, before letting out another delighted call. You watch it for a few minutes, careful not to disturb it. Eventually, it takes off into the trees, and you continue down into the valley. Soon, you come to a rushing river. Delicate white foam floats on the surface, meandering towards the gushing waterfall that you can hear through the trees. You pause at the riverbank to scoop some of the cool water into your hands and splash it onto your forehead. Zoe and Kyle do the same, letting the refreshing droplets cascade down their faces. When the water touches your skin, you feel your temperature drop slightly. It's a welcome sensation on a warm day like this one. A slight breeze evaporates the dampness on your face and neck, cooling you even more. Looking around, you appreciate how private this place is. Lush trees provide welcome shade, and birdsong echoes in the distance. You close your eyes for a moment to take it all in. The lapping of the water nearby provides a steady rhythm for the soundtrack of the forest. Opening your eyes, you stand and hoist up your pack once again. With a smile, the three of you are on your way. Just past this river, a sign announces your entry into the Megalong Valley. This part of the track is drier than the forest above, with clusters of gum trees growing up from the hard ground. Occasional tall grass lines the track. When your fingertips brush against it, you rub them on the rough stems, feeling the dry grooves. Past this dell, the land has been cleared for farms. Here, lonely trees shade horses and cows from the open sky, which has once again been filled by the dazzling sun. Where the farms begin, you come across a road. A small tea house stands on the other side of the asphalt, looking cosy and inviting. A solemn oak shades the tin roof. Below, an arrangement of wooden tables and chairs with ornate wrought iron arms stand by the trunk. Its hand-painted sign tells you that hikers are welcome. You notice a handful of tourists cheerfully eating and drinking some late lunch offerings. Approaching the tea house, a lady in a white apron greets you with a smile, her lilac perfume wafting towards you in the air. She welcomes you warmly, handing over menus attached to coarse wooden clipboards. You ask for a plate of scones and 3 cups of tea. She nods and wanders to the next table, greeting them cheerily. The fluffy scones appear in no time, piled onto a white plate with pots of jam and cream in the middle. 3 steaming teacups accompany the spread. The tea has a tangy, misty scent that's strangely familiar. You realize it smells like it's been brewed from the leaves of the very tree you're sitting under. The scones are sumptuous, soft pillows of dough with rich cream and sweet jam linger on your tongue. You're grateful for this treat after the hike you've had today. The hot tea is the perfect accompaniment that warms you from within. Once you're all satisfied, you thank the waitress and put on your backpacks. With a glance back at the little cafe, you make your way through the paddocks and bushland to reach the first campsite before sunset. For a while, the track passes through a series of farms. Cows watch with curious eyes as you deftly sidestep the still cattle grid. You pass the final gate to the faint rumbling of a tractor in the distance. Shortly thereafter, you reach a small clearing that will double as your first campsite. It's ringed by thick, splintered logs, which mark the tree line. You, Kyle, and Zoe pitch your tents and settle in for the night, cheerfully reminiscing about the day just gone. You snuggle into your cozy sleeping bag, weary from all of the walking. Before long, you drift off into a peaceful slumber, soothed by the hum of insects in the nearby forest. The second day brings more of the same. The sun rises, and the sky is blue. You wander through national parkland and paddocks, and amble beside tranquil rivers. You eat your freeze-dried camp meals with your guides. The slow pace and reliable routines are relaxing. However, it never gets monotonous. Every tree and contour is unique, as are the animals you spot along the way. As the sun ducks down behind the hills ahead of you, you pass a lodge, the only building you've seen for some time. It's a massive structure with steel cross beams and a heavy timber balcony. But you keep going, keen to arrive at your second campsite as evening approaches. When you get there, you let your pack slide off onto the ground, rolling your shoulders back and forth now that they are free of the day's weight. Once again, you and your guides pitch your tents and snuggle down inside your warm sleeping bags. The sky is clear, so you leave the rain cover off and gaze up into the deep blue, which is bright with stars. Away from any light, the stars paint beautiful cosmic patterns across the unending sky and create their own dreamy aura. It's been a long day of walking, but you know that this means you'll have more time to explore the marvellous Jenolan Caves tomorrow. With that thought, you fall into a deep and restorative sleep. When you wake up, the sky is a fuzzy grey, as though also rousing itself from a nighttime slumber. As the morning takes hold, birds chirp to life in the surrounding trees, almost drowning out the faint trickle of the nearby river with their sweet song. After a leisurely breakfast, you and your guides begin the final stretch of your hike through the valley to the caves. Here, the track follows a road bordered by a short stone wall. The air seems thicker and more humid as you descend, passing by resilient trees and shrubs, which cover the red-tinged rocks and boulders. You glide down into this final valley with determination and eagerness until you come to a stunning rock arch. Pointy edges jut out from the gaping structure. Through the arch, you can see the untouched forest beyond. The light wind whistles through it, as you imagine it might also do at the entrance to a cave. Just past the arch is a metal staircase. As you go down it, the sound of your voice speaking to Kyle and Zoe bounces off the smooth stones beside you. When they speak back, their individual words are lost in a melodic babble that echoes off itself. Around a bend in the dusty path, you come to a big sign congratulating you on reaching the end of this incredible hike. But although you've finished the 6-foot track, your journey isn't over yet. Nearby, you find a wooden hut with rows upon rows of shelves. It's meant for hikers like you to leave your backpacks before entering the fragile caves. Up ahead, a magnificent tunnel has been carved out of the stone. It wraps itself smoothly around a handful of tour buses and cars underneath. You, Kyle, and Zoe approach the limestone opening, knowing the caves await you on the other side. On your way to the entrance, you wander past a group of experienced cavers. They are outfitted with specialty gear like helmets, headlamps, and rubber climbing shoes. From the outside, the entrance to the caves appears to be quite an ordinary hole in the side of a hill. You walk in, feeling the ground beneath your feet turn from soft dirt into gently grooved rock. It's noticeably cooler in here, and your eyes need some time to adjust to the dimmer light. Above you, the sky is replaced by a tall roof of sparkling limestone that catches the light flowing into this chamber. The maze of tunnels begins across from the entrance. Black holes beckon, enticing you to follow the winding paths to secret caverns beyond. There are 3 initial tunnels to choose from. Kyle and Zoe choose opposing routes, agreeing to meet up later on. You follow your instinct and pick the leftmost tunnel. As you walk into the small space, hidden lights give your route a supernatural glow. Tiny holes in the walls lend a sponge-like appearance to the rock. Before you entered, Zoe reminded you to avoid touching the rocks. Oil and other residue from your hands can damage the ancient and fragile stone. From your time in other caves, however, you can imagine the walls feel like cool, hardened sand to the touch, almost like a chilled pumice stone. Around another of the frequent bends, a single rock captures your attention. It looks like a fluffy cake with creamy icing. Many of the rocks here resemble other things, just as clouds do as they move across the sky. Continuing on past the cake rock, you travel further into the belly of this mysterious cave. Here, the roof lifts and the walls fall away, bringing you into a larger space. A metal ramp runs through the middle of this cavern. On either side, rocks seem to drip from the ceiling, clustering together to form stalactites in the shape of ancient Greek columns. A deep voice emanates from hidden speakers, welcoming you to a light and sound show. What a treat to have the cave all to yourself for this, you think. Just then, blue and green lights begin to jump off the walls, illuminating the cave before disappearing into the darkness. Delicate music accompanies the bursts of light, which return as circles and diamonds, racing around the walls and blending together, swiftly transforming into warm oranges and reds. The orchestra foretells this change with a beautiful rise in octave. The light show continues as you take the time to rest your legs and stretch out in the open space. After watching for a while longer, you move on, letting the strings fade into a murmur behind you. Again, you twist through narrow walkways, leading deeper into the maze. This far below ground, you can almost smell the darkness and depth. The air is still and has a cool, stony scent. The floor beneath you rises and falls. You press on, up a slight incline, to an enormous opening ahead, through which you can hear the faint voices of other visitors. This huge cavern is both long and tall. You're standing at a small ledge about halfway up the rise. Perched on this spot, you look around the vast cave. At the bottom is a lake, whose still water rests calmly in the cool air. Under the water, you spot a pile of stones, broken down by its relentless pressure. Above you, two tunnels opposite each other are connected by an old rope bridge, dangling precariously above the distant ground. A makeshift ladder climbs up from the tunnel across the wall. Its steel rungs have been nailed into the rock face at various intervals, leading up to another hidden tunnel across the gap. The walls of the cave flicker red and orange, as the artificial lighting replicates that of a fire, casting shadows on the dark stone. According to reports, this cave is where an escaped convict hid back in the 1840s. You imagine him sitting here in the evening with a similar fire for warmth. The cave would have been exactly the same, unchanged for so many decades. A nearby guide recites the long story of these caves to a group of rapt tourists. Originally, this area was called Binumia, or Dark Place in the local language. When colonists settled here, they called it Jenolan, believed to mean something like high place. You listen to the guide for a few minutes before retracing your steps back through the passages towards the entrance. It's time to be on your way for the night. When you arrive outside, you welcome the feeling of the fresh air in your lungs and the view of fading sunshine on the horizon. Kyle and Zoe are here too, having finished their exploration of the caves. The three of you collect your backpacks from inside the hut and walk to a nearby hotel where you'll stay the night. Inside, the lobby is richly decorated with green patterned carpets that sink a little when you step on them. Dim chandeliers hang overhead, reminiscent of the stalactites you saw in the caves. You lug your pack up a sweeping staircase, reaching a beige wooden door with your room number painted on in black. Bidding good night to Kyle and Zoe, you place your hand on the cool, shiny bronze knob and twist. The heavy door opens quietly. Inside, the room boasts a soft velvet armchair, an enormous 4-poster bed, and a little table pressed up against the wall. Paisley curtains swish in the breeze, blowing in through the open window. Before you is a grand vista of green and tan eucalyptus trees, whose leaves and bark shine with a silvery brilliance in the fading light. You leave your pack resting against the table and take out a pair of pajamas. After changing, you switch on the ornate lamps on either side of the bed and climb in. Gazing up at the ceiling, you imagine you're watching the same dancing light that sparkled on the walls of the limestone caves. Your eyelids grow heavy and you turn off the lights. The unlit room reminds you of the darkness you found in the innermost caverns, which were so calm and still. With that peaceful essence enveloping you, the memories of stalactites and ancient stone guide you into a deep sleep. Wrapped in your favourite sweater and comfiest socks, you watch fluffy white clouds drift in front of the bright winter sun high above you as you sit snugly in the car. Your friend gets in on the driver's side and starts the engine. The heat from the aircon seeps into your body, and the vehicle's gentle rumble lulls you into a feeling of safety and tranquility. You drive past the thatched chalets that make up your homey accommodation on your holiday, and meander past the gates of your camp, out into the calm of the Kruger National Park. You are looking forward to taking a restful drive through South Africa's oldest and largest national park. Just a tiny bit smaller than Belgium, the Kruger is part of a transfrontier park stretching through northeastern South Africa and connecting with parks in Mozambique and Zimbabwe. This beautiful area of over 2 million hectares gives some of Africa's most iconic animals a safe place to live and thrive. Nearly 1 million tourists visit the park every year, supporting thousands of locals. The park is home to lions, elephants, crocodiles, hippos, giraffes, and many types of buck. You may even spot leopards, cheetahs, hyenas, buffalo, or rhinos. Over 500 species of birds and many more majestic creatures live in the Kruger, and you're glad to take a sneak peek into their natural habitat during your stay. You continue to drive away from the thatched roof bungalows you've been staying in. Getting nice and comfortable, you take a sip of the delicious hot chocolate you prepared in a flask just a short while earlier. The rich liquid coats your tongue, and you can feel its heat spread through your body as you swallow. You gaze out of your window as the blue winter sky above you breathes into the horizon, and the deep, comfortable quiet of isolation wraps around you like the fluffiest of warm blankets. As you drive further from the camp, you leave behind all the noisy thoughts that have been cluttering your mind. It feels as if the further you drive on into the glory of nature, the more any heavy or tiring emotions fall away from you, to be left on the abandoned road, curving out behind you in the rearview mirror. The silence is so absolute that you can almost feel it resting on you. You realize how noisy the city usually is now that you're here. You look out of your window and take in the sheer beauty of the untouched African wilderness. As you gently drive through the veldt on a long dirt road, you watch the bushes and trees stretch far out into the distance. The view feels endless. Sturdy baobabs dot the horizon like sentinels watching over this quiet paradise. Their thick trunks support heavy green canopies that have clearly soaked up the recent rains. Umbrella thorn trees tower over the plains here and there. A few dead trees stand starkly against the sky, and you can't help but think that their dramatic silhouettes add even more beauty to the view. Golden grass and undergrowth spill out from the road and gently lap at the skyline. Next to your car, you spot a remarkable bird flapping as if to keep stride with the vehicle. Its long black tail streams out behind it, like ribbons in a breeze. You can't keep your eyes off the long-tailed widow bird's sweeping wing feathers and extraordinary tail. It flies lower and lower, coming at last to a stop as it lands on top of a tall blade of yellow grass, which bends ever so slightly under its weight. You watch it bobbing in the breeze for as long as you can see it out of the window. As you drive on, you trace the silhouette of a rocky cliff that rises to your left with your fingertips. The smooth glass of the window feels good against your fingers. You quietly let down the window, and a delightfully cool breeze softly swirls through the car as you continue to wind through the landscape. The absolute silence is even more profound with the window down, and you can only hear the distant call of an African fish eagle beside the gentle rumble of the car. Your friend steers the car down a left turn at a crossroads, and you continue to lazily scan the thicket. Up ahead, a lake appears. You park on the cul-de-sac facing the water, and your friend turns off the car. The lake spans a few kilometers across your view, and several water birds are unhurriedly enjoying the afternoon sun in the shallows, leisurely picking their way along the water's sandy edge. You gaze at an acacia tree that grows off to one side of the lake, and notice that its giant, lush canopy houses a resting bateleur juvenile, a gorgeous brown eagle only a few years old. You pull out a pair of binoculars and take a moment to view the bateleur up close, wondering at the fluffy nest of feathers framing its inquisitive face. These striking birds can fly for up to 8 hours as they search for food, and they mate for life. The large bird sways gently on the tallest branch, and his fluffy down feathers balloon around him with the gentle wind. Scanning the waves on the surface of the lake, you spot the telltale ripples of a fish, having briefly broken the surface to catch an insect or to snag a tasty, fallen seed. With the help of your binoculars, you study the banks of the lake and the shallows just beyond the sand for the bubbles of air and the ripples that a slumbering hippo makes as she rests beneath the surface. Spending up to 5 minutes underwater at a time, hippos graze and play in their aquatic kingdoms. They can even sleep underwater with the help of a natural reflex that allows them to float to the surface, take a breath, and sink back down. They elegantly tiptoe their way along the floors of the lakes they live in, like underwater ballerinas, as they keep cool despite the blazing African sun. You search the shallows for the pink ears, eyes, and muzzle of a restful hippo taking a breath of air, but you have no luck. You look out of the window, down onto the soft, sandy soil beneath you for any tracks to be found. You spot the hooved prints of several zebras who must have taken a long drink at the watering hole quite recently. Off at the other end of the dirt cul-de-sac, a dung beetle moves into the grass, patiently pushing a large ball of dung with his back legs. After the beetle disappears out of sight, you gently sit back and snuggle deeper into your warm layers. You sit calmly for a while longer next to the dark blue water, listening to the relaxing rustle of the reeds growing on the far side of the lake, and taking deep breaths of the clean air. The silence of the park around you seems to seep into your soul, and you feel truly at peace. Next to you, your friend starts the car. The warm whoosh of the aircon feels soothing as the late afternoon gets colder. You drive back to the crossroads and continue on, your arm gently resting against the open window as you enter even flatter plains with only a few thorn trees and scraggly bushes. The car slows to a stop and is quietly turned off again as your friend softly tells you to look out beyond their side of the car. Not very deep into the undergrowth, you spy a tall giraffe with red-brown spots splattering his dusty coat, busy nibbling away at the highest, juiciest leaves on a nearby tree. His long, graceful neck stretches up and up as his purple tongue darts out, helping him drag a branch nearer. Because it is so very quiet, you can actually hear the light crunching sounds he makes as he breaks pieces of his late afternoon snack off of the tree. The sounds are relaxing, and you watch, captivated, as the giraffe's jaw steadily works away, paying you absolutely no attention at all. The beautiful giraffe leaves the tree he has been chewing on and meanders to another acacia right next to the road, a little way in front of you. As he walks, he looks like a dancer, elegantly extending his spotted legs in slow motion. The gentle rocking of this magnificent animal as he ambles on almost hypnotizes you, and you watch him plant himself only a few meters away from where you are sitting. Giraffes are the tallest mammals on Earth and can grow to more than 5 meters. These peaceful creatures generally meander across long distances as they graze, and each one's furry spots are as unique as the fingerprints on humans. Curving his body down toward a lower branch, the giraffe takes another delicate bite of some foliage. His furry lips adorably munch down on some particularly nice-looking leaves. You find yourself wondering how irresistibly soft his velvety muzzle would feel against your fingertips. You know that the image of this gentle giant on the wild African plains will stay with you forever. Having had his fill, the giraffe daintily stretches to his full height again, and his ears lazily cock back and forth as he picks his way out onto the road. Slowly, tail swishing left and right, he ambles just in front of your parked car, taking no heed of you. The tapping of his hooves on the road forms the soundtrack to this miraculous sight. You can hear the sound of the towering giraffe brushing past plants and tall grass as he steps from the road and back into the bush. With a steady gait, the giraffe lopes deeper and deeper into the brush until you lose sight of him. You and your friend sit for a few more moments, breathing in the magic of what just happened. Puffy clouds drift past the late afternoon sun, casting thick pools of shadow on the open land stretching out in all directions. Your friend brings the car humming to life again, and you move forward along the road. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, you feel the car make its way up a slight incline. Around you, the thicket becomes denser, and the close trees hug the car as you rise to the top of the hill. After a few more moments, you break through the thick undergrowth and come to the top of a slight ridge that allows you to look out over the flatlands. The road winds its way across the expanse and behind a dense copse of bushes in the distance. The uninterrupted view feeds the warm glow of delight at your core. From your vantage point, you spot a herd of grazing springbok and zebra below, who are leisurely nibbling away at an early dinner. The male springbok's horns curve inward towards each other, almost forming a heart shape. The zebra's stripy legs are caked in dry mud up to their knees, hinting that they have just come from a nearby watering hole. Against the backdrop of the golden grasses shimmering in the breeze, you watch the herd migrating further and further into the brush. You can't help but feel the utter tranquility of the sight seeping into your bones. Looping back along the ridge, you notice how the afternoon light has deepened, in the way it always does shortly before sunset. The air is getting cooler and cooler as the light rakes across the land, slowly draining away beyond the horizon, hidden by the thick bush. You turn up the heat in the car slightly and bury your toes deeper into your warm, fluffy socks. As you make your way back to your camp and the setting African sun is gently pulled down to earth by the scattered silhouettes of trees, the most unforgettable sight of all quietly slips past your window. a herd of elephants break through the vegetation, making their way parallel to the road. You can hear their swaying trunks brush the heavy grasses they trample on as they follow each other in a gentle, winding line. Their brown bodies sway rhythmically in time to their steps as their tails sweep through the air playfully. Massive ears softly flap forwards and backwards next to large, curving tusks. The matriarch leads the way determinedly. A growing calf, eyes full of mischief, breaks away a little from the line to sample some particularly tasty-looking tree bark. The family of about 10 elephants continues to slowly shuffle past him as he plucks at the bark with his trunk, peeling long strips away from the tree before hungrily packing them into his small mouth. His mother comes up behind him and gently nudges him to rejoin the line. With an adorable skip, the little calf moves forward with the herd. Elephants communicate over long distances with each other through vibrations that are often too low for humans to hear. Weighing up to 7,500 kilograms, these wonderful creatures are the largest land animals on the planet. Their tusks never stop growing, meaning that the age of an elephant can be guessed from the length of their tusks. Driving slowly next to the herd, you can hear some elephants munching on snacks of bark, grass, or roots. Gentle grunts and harumphs can be heard as they march forward. In the distance, a few latecomers break through the thicket to join their family, their thick hides effortlessly pushing past thorny bracken. As the matriarch makes a beeline for the road in front of you, your friend slows the car to a stop. A few meters away, the herd slowly crosses the road in a diagonal, winding into the bush on the other side. It takes several minutes for the beautiful creatures to lazily pass your car, kicking up red dust plumes as they step heavily into the road. Among the herd, you spy another small calf, delicately clutching his mother's tail with his tiny trunk as they gradually make the crossing. The last of the meandering herd slips off into the veldt, crunching their way into the distance behind the family. You can just make out their forms in the last streams of the day's light. With a slow grin of wonder, you and your friend unhurriedly continue on back towards camp. last rays of the day turn the veldt around you into a cozy wall of golden brown. Above you, swathes of burnt orange, purple, pink and red melt into the darkening sky. The headlights of the car lazily lead you up towards the gate of your camp, and you come to a stop beside your chalet. Getting out of the car, you stretch your arms luxuriously as far as they can go, breathing in the cold night air. You walk beside your friend down a lantern-lit path of stone, which lets out into a big open space. A giant bonfire sits near the center on a raised platform of rock. Embers from the toasty fire crackle upwards into a star-strewn sky. You tip your head back and drink in the glorious sight of the crystal-clear view. Like vivid glitter sprinkled across a velvet blanket, the silver stars blink brightly against the dark depths of space. You have never seen so many stars. The branches of acacia trees ring your view. Their black shapes stand out starkly against the gradient of sky that blurs from midnight black to inky blue to a deep, calming purple on the horizon. You follow the silhouettes of the branches and soak in the fairy lights intertwined in the canopy. You feel as if you've discovered an oasis of warmth that is as beautiful as it is restful. A little while later, your friend hands you an empty plate. You head over to a massive buffet laid out in front of the fire in large silver serving dishes. Slowly, you fill your plate with your favorites as you go. The complete silence of the Kruger floods into the warm bubble of camp, with only the comforting chirps of crickets and frogs filling the air. You settle down on a comfortable log next to the crackling fire to enjoy your dinner. Your friend hands you the softest blanket you've ever felt, and you wrap it around yourself. The blanket, coupled with the cheerful fire, makes you feel safe and snug. The pops and cracks coming from the fire pit add to the soundtrack of serenity that nature provides around you. After you finish dinner, you see that the ingredients for s'mores have been laid out on a tiny cart. You stand up and gather a stick, marshmallows, chocolate, and a few biscuits before heading back to your spot on the log. Some other campers on the other side of the fire are quietly murmuring about the unforgettable experiences they've had today. As you munch your tasty s'more, you think back to the gentle giraffe you watched nibbling on the tallest trees, the herds of zebra and springbok you spied grazing in the valley, and the magnificent family of elephants you had the privilege to watch as they strolled across the savannah. Leaning back in the cocoon of your blanket, your legs outstretched, you watch the smoke from the fire rise into the air. It disappears in the light of the full moon that shines down on you, the camp, and all of the slumbering animals across the plains of South Africa's Kruger National Park. You take a deep breath. It doesn't get better than this, you think, as your mind drifts away, warm, full, and utterly at peace. It is a beautiful summer afternoon. You're staying at a beach cottage, which is just a few blocks from the boardwalk and pier. The cottage is the perfect location, close enough for walking and sightseeing in the community. You plan on taking a walk this afternoon and staying out until sunset. But first, you stop in the kitchen for a drink and a snack. Sparkling sunlight beams through the window. It reflects off the glass pitcher on the counter, which is filled with freshly squeezed lemonade. You slowly stir the pitcher with a long silver spoon that clinks against the sides, then pause to inhale the strong citrus scent. As you pour the tart lemonade into an iced drinking cup, your mouth waters in anticipation. Cool and refreshing, the lemonade tastes like summer. After savouring every sip, you carefully slice a wedge out of a chilled, seedless watermelon. Neon pink juice squirts from underneath the speckled green rind. The sugary sweet fruit washes away the sour lemonade remaining on your tongue. Bright and hydrating, the watermelon also tastes like summer. The iced lemonade and the chilled watermelon have satisfied your craving for something cold. It is another warm, dry day, so you take advantage of any opportunity to cool down. When you put the glass pitcher and the leftover watermelon back into the fridge, the moist air escapes and cools you off even more. Rejuvenated, you stroll outside to face the heat of the afternoon. Lounging by the doorstep, a calico cat meows a friendly greeting. The shaded front porch is a popular place for the neighborhood cats. You stroke the long-haired cat and whisper sweet words of affection. The cat's fur feels comforting and familiar, like a warm hug. The lazy cat nestles against a wooden rack, displaying a colourful assortment of shoes. You take out a pair of faded sandals. These light, breathable shoes are perfect for keeping your feet cool and comfortable. Nearby is a red rocking chair. The bright shade matches the red front door on the porch. Taking care not to lean back, you sit up straight on the rocking chair and anchor yourself to the ground. As you slip on the beach sandals, you feel a subtle cushion underneath your toes and notice the warm summer air on top of your feet. So as not to startle the sleeping cat, you quietly slide off the rocking chair and tiptoe towards the front yard. You immediately feel a pleasant sea breeze. The beach cottage is just a few blocks from the ocean. Even on hot summer days, the low temperature of the ocean generates a cool sea breeze, like nature's air conditioning. You take a deep inhale of the salty air and watch an old palm tree sway back and forth in the yard. This tall, majestic palm tree looks old and wise, while the tan trunk is lean and smooth. The thick green foliage is jagged. Camouflaged in the thick crown of leaves, a large bird of prey surveys the sky above and the land below. The bird's screeching is muffled by the rattling palm fronds. Peeking through the leaves, the stealthy bird reveals itself as a hawk. Then the sleek brown hawk catches a burst of wind and catapults high into the sky. Effortlessly hovering above the horizon, the bird appears weightless and free. You start to walk towards the beach, wondering what it feels like to fly. If only, you think. Across the street, you see some neighborhood kids gathering. They've just returned from the beach with their wet and sandy gear. Bright beach towels and waxy surfboards are strewn across the lawn. To have some fun and cool off, the kids spray each other down with a garden hose. Their youthful exuberance and spirited laughter are contagious. You find yourself smiling as you walk on. With no real plan, you head west towards the sea. It is one of those long summer days where the clock seems a bit slower. You can stray from your usual routine and take your time without any worries. The sidewalk is nice and shady as the street is bordered by huge pines. The dense green foliage of these magnificent trees blocks the afternoon sunlight. Strong brown branches extend overhead like a giant canopy. You feel and hear the soft crunch of fallen pine needles underneath your sandals. On your way, you stop to pick up a small pine cone. Squeezing its rough edges, you unleash a woody aroma. The smell reminds you of a sprawling forest. Holding the brittle pine cone, you take a deep breath and then tuck it away in your pocket. In the area where you picked up the pine cone, you witness an entire ecosystem. A red robin plucks twigs from the ground, while a blue jay digs for worms. Nearby, a bushy-tailed squirrel scurries through the pine needles to collect nuts. The gummy sap of a tree entices a speckled ladybird flying by. Nature is truly present everywhere. Feeling relaxed and mindful, you continue along the tree-lined sidewalk until it eventually ends. Leaving behind the peace and quiet of nature, you now enter the hustle and bustle of the ocean boardwalk. Bicycles cruise by, their wicker baskets overflowing with beach towels and sunblock. Speedwalkers move briskly along the boardwalk, wearing stiff baseball caps and wide aviator sunglasses. Enthusiastic beachgoers are out and about in every direction. You step onto the pedestrian-only boardwalk and go with the flow. In no rush, you settle into a pace that's slower than usual to savour the long, sunny afternoon. Besides, there's nothing you have to do today, and there's so much to see. Somehow, the ocean magically draws together different people of all ages in one place. Not only is the boardwalk buzzing with activity, but the sandy beach also feels festive. Sun lovers lounge and socialize on colourful cotton towels, while others swim and surf in the deep blue sea. And through the air, frisbees soar, balls bounce, and kites fly. There isn't a dull moment. Your attention turns towards a heated game of beach volleyball. You pause to cheer on a little girl as she triumphantly spikes the ball. Trying to convince you to join the game, the friendly group says they could use an extra player. You decline, but thank them for their gracious offer. Waving goodbye, you think of how wonderful a day can be when kindness touches it. The boardwalk gradually widens to accommodate a new row of pop-up tents. Local artists showcase their unique works of art in the hopes of making a sale. Inside the tents are displays of sketches, paintings, photographs, ceramics, and much more. Hunting for that perfect souvenir, curious tourists exchange pleasantries with the charismatic stall owners. You browse a tent packed with pottery, hoping the unique pieces will spark some gift ideas for friends and family. The sun's rays shimmer off the smooth and glossy ceramic paint of all sorts of pottery. A couple of things stand out: a pair of forest green mugs and a set of brown dipping bowls. They're the perfect gift for just about any occasion. You would like to sip gourmet coffee or tea out of a handcrafted mug and dip something tasty into a decorative bowl. And you think others would too. You move along until you notice bright baskets hanging in another tent. The baskets are intricately woven with fibrous plant material like jute, bamboo, and hemp, and they're naturally dyed with spices like turmeric for yellow, paprika for red, and cinnamon for brown. What a great housewarming gift, you think. The yellow bamboo basket would be perfect for corralling odds and ends. Crowds huddle around the other tents, so you continue along the boardwalk. Rolling back your shoulders, you straighten your posture and breathe the fresh air. How nice it is to be moving your body and expanding your mind. With every step, there is something new and inspiring to experience. Up ahead, an old pier stretches out over the water. The massive pylons buttress wood planks to create an extended ramp. Big waves crash against the sunken pylons. The pier is a beacon on the waterfront, standing out like a lighthouse. Situated along both sides of the pier are little white cottages, which serve as a quaint bed and breakfast. Each cottage has a square deck in the back and an oval porch in the front. As the tide rolls in and out, guests in these cottages truly experience oceanfront living. At night, the people who stay here are lulled to sleep by the waves. Once you get closer to the bed and breakfast, you can tell the old cottages have recently had a makeover. They've been spruced up by a fresh coat of white paint. Scarlet begonias and lavender lilacs are meticulously arranged in planter boxes beneath the window sills. Welcome mats and nautical images, such as boats and pelicans, invite guests into their vacation cottages. You make your way to the end of the pier and notice the new stainless steel railing. Fishing poles are attached to the shiny railing with clips and straps. Waiting for their lures to bobble and tug, fishermen sit back and relax. Buckets of freshly caught fish indicate a successful day. An elderly gentleman is in his element as he tends to his fishing pole. A chunk of seaweed latches onto his lure, but it doesn't even faze him. He seems mellow as he untangles the messy seaweed with ease. Chuckling, he mutters to himself that he will be lucky next time, and you can't help but agree with him. Standing on the pier, suspended safely over the water, you feel connected to the sea. Peeking through the horizontal slats of the stiff wood boards beneath your feet, all you can see is water. Cool and salty, a spray of ocean mist touches your face and drips off your skin. Immersed in your surroundings, you are filled with a sense of peace and harmony. In a calm daze, you rejoin the boardwalk on autopilot. Walking comes so naturally, and it's nice to zone out for a while. Your thoughts are quiet, and your body is relaxed. Effortlessly putting one foot in front of the other keeps you grounded and centered, helping you to stay in the present moment. You're not sure what the time is, but it doesn't really make a difference. From the looks of the sun hanging low in the sky, it's getting late. Before you call it a day and head on home, you decide to watch the sunset. You know the perfect place. It seems that the other people are also ready for the spectacle. They're coming and going between the sand and the boardwalk. With the sky clear and the air hot and dry, the conditions are just right for a green flash. When the warm yellow sun melts into the cool blue sea, an emerald flash lights up the horizon. Everyone here is anticipating a magnificent green flash very soon. Walking comfortably, you soon reach a famous surf break where sunsets are exquisite. You take a seat on the concrete wall of the boardwalk and enjoy the sight of people surfing. Blown out by the wind, the waves are somewhat choppy, but still rideable. Having fun in the swell, surfers coast in and out with the movement of the water. The sun, now a glowing ball of golden yellow, begins to dip into the deep blue sea. Staring at the horizon, you witness a radiant flash of green, just seconds before the sun vanishes. Feeling content and calm, you are ready to make the trek home. On the way, you reflect that the green flash is definitely a highlight of your summer at the beach cottage. This inspirational sunset resonates with you on so many levels. There are no words to describe the tremendous gratitude you are feeling. Your heartfelt reaction to the vivid colours in the sky is something that will stay with you forever. You leave the boardwalk and cross the dining district of the Ocean Boulevard. From corner to corner, eateries are buzzing. After watching the sunset, everyone heads here for dinner. Happy people linger in outdoor cafes and mingle at the bars. Others queue up in front of pizza restaurants and taco shops to order food on the go. An intoxicating smell of fruity summer treats permeates the air. The scent intensifies as you approach an ice cream parlour. An eager employee hands out free samples of their seasonal specialities. There is chunky mango sorbet, a blueberry custard ice cream, and a banana Foster frozen yogurt. Why not try each one, you think? They're free after all. The first flavour to sample is the banana Foster. You taste subtle hints of spice blended with banana in a vanilla yogurt. Next, you try the chunky mango. Tangy citrus bits covered in slushy mango swirl in your mouth. Finally, you eat the blueberry custard. The tart blueberries are mellowed out by the sweet custard. This smooth ice cream is definitely your favourite of the three. Once you've finished, you cut through the parking lot of the ice cream parlour to a quiet residential area. Dusk blankets the neighbourhood and calms your mood. Colours appear blissfully muted in the low-lit sky. The fading light wraps a golden halo around objects and softens the edges. This time of day is ephemeral and fleeting. so you engage thoughtfully with the natural world around you. The hot, dry wind has now disappeared, and the air is still. Singing birds have settled in the trees, while crickets chirp near the sidewalk. In lush gardens, the grass appears parched from the heat of the day, while blooming flowers close their petals for the night. As it gets darker, the last faint shadows disappear. Being present in the moment, you notice the small things. A little snail moves slowly across the gritty pavement. It must take this tiny creature months just to move a mile. How curious, you think, to carry your house on your back. The little snail seems vulnerable on the sidewalk, so once it hides in its shell, you gently pick it up. Round and greyish brown, the shell rests safely in the palm of your hand. You find a nice manicured lawn to place the little snail. The snail is now sheltered from foot traffic on the sidewalk. The walk home is short and sweet. All around you, dusk magnifies the beauty of the outdoors. Reflecting on the day, you feel intense satisfaction and gratitude. A simple walk has cleared your mind, restored your body, and reset your attitude. The streetlights in the neighborhood automatically turn on after dusk. The red front door of the beach cottage and the old palm tree in the front yard are illuminated in the soft glow of a streetlight. Nearby, a black cat darts across the lit-up street and into the dark of the night. After stepping onto the front porch of the cottage, you kick off your sandals and sink into the red rocking chair. As you sit here, you smile, noticing the lingering taste of the blueberry custard ice cream in your mouth. Sighing with complete contentment, you let the rocking chair cradle your tired body. As you swing back and forth, your legs relax and your arms rest in a comfortable position. You reach into your pocket to find the pine cone that you picked up earlier that day. Inhaling the woody scent, it's like being in a forest. The smell takes you back to the huge trees bordering the beach and the crackling pine needles underneath your feet. With these visions, your eyelids grow heavy. Each breath allows you to let go of the day and embrace the night. You focus on your breathing, and on relaxing your body. You are now feeling so sleepy, you can no longer stay awake. After a tired yawn, you give in and slip into a peaceful slumber.